study again the parts of the body.
There's anatomical details, right? This review is long, but it's possible to make because
Yeah.
in order, I was telling you, I'm not asking for the, that's better, yeah. The extremely details, I mean, just the most important parts. Taking in account all the information we get yesterday, just the general view, of course. According to that, do you have any questions, something you would like to review again?
I think not. It was clear.
Okay. So if I ask you about the difference of this, can you watch my screen?
Yes.
Okay, did you get the meaning, the differences between these meanings, I mean, these terms? Because of course, there is a difference.
Yes.
Is this part clear, or do you want to talk about it again?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, when we talk about sickness, it's that situation that medication is not always required. I mean, a flu could be something that without anything, your body is enough to be against the infection maybe, and then everything is done. If you receive a hint, for example, a punch, you can use a cold towel, for example, ice on the punch, and that's enough, right? No medication is needed.
Yes.
And in a few days, everything becomes normal. During that time, you feel that something is not good, but it's not a situation, and it's not letting you doing everything in a normal way, I think, right? That's a sickness, something that in a short time can be recovered without any trouble, without any consequence.
Okay.
We have the illness. The illness could be an acute situation, as I was telling you yesterday, when you don't have only well, you need medication. You don't have only to wait your body to fight against this infection by its own, could be said, right? For example, in a gastroenteritis, you need antibiotics to be against this infection. You take it around 7 to 10 days, maybe. Get more medication to improve the situation and get recovered without any trouble. And that's all. When you finish the treatment, you are ready to go ahead without any problem, right?
Yes.
That's an illness. It has a solution. With treatment, there is a solution. No risk of life, no consequences. Moreover, we have the disease. The disease could be called a chronic situation. I mean, there is no cure. You need to make lots of labs, maybe tests that are not the first ones when we get in the trouble. You need the opinion of an expert about the situation, and a specialist could be. And according to the situation, you need to take medication the rest of your life. So the disease has no cure. Patients that go to the intensive care unit are into a disease because the body function is wrong. They need medication to try to support all the body functions, right? Patients that are in the internal medicine room, for example, could be in an illness or maybe in a disease according to the situation. In illness, because with treatment, they go home, they are discharged without any trouble. In a disease, because they become well, could be said, and then with treatment, go home without any trouble, and they can can continue their own life.
No.
So now can you catch the meaning, the differences between this?
Yes, I catch it.
I'm asking for it because through the module 1 and in module 2, we have to be clear with illness and disease in order to talk about few situations that are indeed the ways of writing down. You are going to write down the most important parts of clinical history in English. And we have to be clear how to do it and when get the differences about expressions we use. That's why I'm asking for this, okay?
Okay.
So if I tell you COVID is an illness or a disease? COVID-19.
It's illness because you can recover it.
Yeah, it could be an illness in the first situations, but it can become a disease, right? Because it can leave you with some consequences in lungs specifically, right?
Yeah.
According to that consequences, it depends if there's an illness or a disease. Tuberculosis is an illness or a disease, in your opinion?
I think it's a disease.
But tuberculosis has a cure. It's a long, long treatment, but has a cure.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I think it have consequences. But when you have to care more that part of your lungs.
Yes, actually, it's an illness because with the treatment, the tuberculosis can be destroyed and you get recovered. But according, if there's any consequence, then you can call it a disease. If there are no consequences, it's an illness. Leishmania, it's an illness or a disease? What do you think about it?
An illness because it have cure.
It has a cure. Okay, it's an illness. Yes. According to that, it's easy this part. Now the data is clear, right? So these definitions are very important. In Spanish, it's easy. We get sick, and that's enough. Yeah. But
yes.
In English, they make a mess with these definitions. Okay, about this chart, these ways of expression, healthy, fit and well or very well, in good health, they are real. Years ago, I was working in a hospital where travelers were received as regular patients. And you had to talk in English, of course. According to that, they use these expressions. So you have to be clear and get more and be creative about asking for and catching information. You can tell them, how do you feel? I'm unwell. Okay. What do you mean with that? I feel sick. Okay. But when I feel sick, they said nausea and vomiting. Okay. Well, I have the trouble sickness. They can refer about nausea and vomiting or maybe diarrhea, the traveler diarrhea. So be creative and never avoid any question. If you need more explanations, tell them. They're nice, yeah.
Yeah.
So be creative about that, and they can count these meanings. They can give you just a sentence, but there are a lot of ways to get the meaning. So try to be as clear as you can and ask for as much as you ask, it's better, of course, even in Spanish. We know about it. Actually, are you working now? Studying?
I'm studying.
Okay, you're a student, med student.
Yeah.
In which year you are now? Fourth year. Perfect. Yep. I need to get it because on the basis you have in the med career, because according to the context, we can go ahead. Let's continue. You have 5 minutes more, don't worry.
Okay.
So about these meanings, recovery, improving, deteriorating, is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, perfect. This verb get, never forget it and combine in order to use phrasal verbs, okay? We
Yeah.
need it. Very, very important. Relapse and remission is clear now.
Yes.
I think there's not so much trouble, right?
Yeah, I have more trouble with the difference of illness and my
Disease.
God, I forgot it. Yes.
Illness, sickness, and disease. Yeah, it gets in mess. This is just as an information chart, as I was telling you yesterday,
Mhm.
for catching how we are always in movement about the illness and wellness. So there's no trouble about it, but check this in order to get vocabulary.
Okay.
About the parts of the body with these charts, is everything clear?
Yes. The most important of this is the words that are in Latin, right?
No, all of them are important. The three terms.
Okay.
When you are talking with a colleague, an oldie colleague, you are going to listen terms in Latin. I tell you by experience that. Between colleagues that are according to your age, young people, just medical term in English. Or maybe in Latin if they want to get, I don't know, get brave, get encouraged, could be.
Okay.
And of course, you need to get the social English to get in correct contact with the patients.
Mm.
So three of them are important. In my opinion, the most important, the medical term and the social English term, the common one, in order to get in catch easier. That's why this chart is not so clear, but it's just talking in English, in the social English, for not making a mistake and getting clear the idea and making a relationship. It's easier to memorize everything. So practice this. Homework is about this guy. This is the most complete chart I found on the internet, and I think it's nice. Well, parts of the body, of course, easy. Just practice. Radiation, we are going to have homework with this kind of exercises, how we describe radiation of pain. And now anatomical parts. Take your time and practice with this. Of course, I'm going to send some pictures for filling blanks and completing the charts, okay?
Okay.
So there's a lot, I know, and that's a very short presentation. We have lots of systems, of course, and there's a lot to check. This processing body functions is just an example, but we have terms to check. So they're important. And this chart, please take a special time with this chart, function, verb, and noun, because we have to memorize this in order to improve our vocabulary, okay?
Okay.
According to this, if there's any question, you can send me a message by WhatsApp. And with that, we can talk about it, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay, Fabiana, I'm sending you the diary pool in order to get your attendance, okay?
Okay.
Oh, it's crazy, my camera. It usually happens when I open the diary pool. Okay, thank you so much. So keep on reading, and every class we have at least a group of slides. Well, a presentation is around 60 slides from this point and ahead. This is short, but the rest of the slides are a lot of. So try to read as much as you can, and then we can practice about pronunciation according to the troubles you have about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Fabiana, so see you tomorrow in the theoretical class, okay?
See you tomorrow, teacher.
See you, bye-bye. Hi, Anna, how are you?
Hi, Miss. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How do you prefer that I call you, Anna or Isabel?
Anna.
Anna, okay, perfect. I got in
Thank
the
you.
point, yeah. I'm sorry we lost the camera because it got mad. I think you could watch it.
Don't worry. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, don't worry. It's fine.
Yes, it's failing my laptop. I don't know what's going on, but patients.
It's on the border of death.
Yes, I think so. It has around 10 years and it's traveling a lot with me. So yeah, I
She's
think,
exhausted.
yes, I really think so.
She's ill.
Well, I don't think, yeah, well, she had bugs in the previous course, but we get it in maintenance with technical
Oh.
computer and everything was well. And it started failing last week. I said, okay, don't mention it, no problem. Yeah. Okay, can you watch my screen?
Just forget and keep going.
Yeah. Well, until this point, let's meet each other a little bit. Are you working now?
I lost your audio. Okay, now I'm listening. Okay. No, I'm not.
Oh, perfect. So you have enough time. Yes, yeah.
I have two kids though, so
Well, it's not easy, I understand. At this point, I'm teaching and working a little bit, but it's not easy. I have 3 kids, so, you know, the rhythm in
you
life
do?
is
Oh my
harder.
God.
Yes, I have 2 babies and a teenager, so you can imagine it's awful, yeah.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
Yes, I get mad with them, but we have to work on this. We have to go ahead.
Oh yeah. There's nothing we cannot do, so it's okay.
Yes, we can go ahead. So
Yeah.
let's start from this point. Yesterday,
Okay.
we were talking about lots of questions that we have to make, right?
Yes.
So first of all, you tell me you're a translator, right?
Yes.
Economist and translator. And that's a point I want to talk to you. This course, all the presentations are focused on medicine knowledge. In that order,
Okay.
for not losing the point, the focus you are looking for, we are going to exchange a little bit some details in homework for you specifically, for not
Okay.
getting in confusion, okay?
Okay.
Just
Okay. I
details.
appreciate it. Thank you.
There are many situations when I send clinical situations, clinical dialogues, and well,
Okay.
doctors, it's easy to make, but for someone who's not a doctor, it's going to be a mess. So if there's any
Okay.
question, please
Okay.
tell me with all the confidence by WhatsApp, okay? There is no trouble.
Okay. Okay. I'll bother you a little bit. I'll do my best though. I'll try.
Yes, it's gonna work. I had a vet, a university professor, then I had students from first year, or students or
Okay.
people that were planning how to get into medicine career, and I said, why you are in this course? We don't have any basis. You just finished high school. And I said, because it looks interesting. Okay, let's do it. And they approved everything, so we can do it.
So imagine now I'm an economist in a medicine English class. So I like medicine though. It was like one of my choices when I was deciding what to study.
Yeah.
My family, I have my grandfather who was how do you say that? Otorrinolaryngologo.
The ENT, easier.
Otorrhino?
Ear, nose, and throat.
Yeah. Well, that one. So I'm used to medical terms. Of course, I'm not a med or a doctor or nothing, but I like reading about health and illnesses and everything. So it's a really nice thing for me to read. Of course, when I was studying for today, I was like, what the hell is this?
Yes, it's not easy, but you can do it.
I printed, so it's good. It's good.
You're going to catch this. Well, about these questions, as I was telling you, it's only becoming creative. That's all. That's the fact.
Okay.
Become creative and catch the situation. And patient is giving you almost all the information you need. While being doctors, we have the obligation to ask about sexual activity, for example, family history of any illness or disease, or the use of recreational drugs, or alcohol, coffee, or everything. There is no way that patients say no. because we need that information. And when you go to
Yes.
the doctor, you know that we don't ask because we are having fun. We ask because we really need that topic,
We need
right?
to know exactly. Yeah. Okay.
That's an important point. And while being a translator, I think that you have almost a similar situation in order to translate the correct information. So when you get a
Yes.
translator, you have to be clear and be sincere and not missing or not avoid information. It's the
I
same.
have to be honest with the family, because sometimes what happens is like the doctor is asking whether they do drugs or not. And if the patient says yes, and the family goes crazy, I have to learn a way to tell them that it's okay, it's fine. He's not going to be sent out to jail or whatever. We just need to know that information for the future treatment.
Yes,
But yeah,
nobody is
for that way.
making guilty the patient about that situation. So
Yes,
there are situations, ways of talking, of course, you are going to learn in this course, and ways of giving bad news, ways of explaining when a patient is, or that someone is, for example, in cancer, and there is no way to do anything else. That's important. That's a very, very important fact to do. And we have protocols to check. In medicine, we use protocols for almost everything. We have rules in the way how we talk, how we choose a place.
Sure.
And that's a good way. Okay.
Yeah.
The model 1 completely is about anatomical review, some illness and diseases, and how to start writing down the medical history, the clinical report, the case report. But I think that with you, we can make a different kind of job, because that topics of writing down are for doctors, and it's out of your hands to get that kind of writing down, because it needs practice. If I have med students, it's harder for me to teach them because they don't know how to do it even in Spanish. In your career in economy and trajectory, it could be done, but it could be harder for you. So let's try to make a little corrections for not mixing or not losing that point. Okay.
Sure. Maybe I could translate like charts. Maybe I could charts, like not filling the blanks, because I can do it, but I don't have the medical knowledge. But maybe I could translate the charts that my classmates do, maybe, or from English to Spanish, or from Spanish to English, maybe.
Yeah, no, we are going to find a way. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
All the homeworks about writing down are different, because it's the student who brings me a case, a situation, and according to that situation, we work together. It's easier. It's easier for you to catch the idea. Okay, about these terms, sickness, illness, and disease, did you catch the difference without any trouble, I think?
Yes, it's good.
It's good. Okay. Is there any possibility to get in confusion, I mean? I think it's a thing of using the words, like. For example, if I ask you about tuberculosis, is that an illness or a disease? Keeping in mind that tuberculosis has a very long treatment, that according to the result, you maybe can repeat the treatment, but it has a cure. It's an illness or it's a disease? What do you think about it? Don't worry about the answer, I know. In a disease, it's a situation that has no cure. For example, a diabetes or hypertension.
Has no cure.
No cure, no way to be on cure, but with treatment, you can live without any trouble. You can go ahead, you can continue your life without any difficult situation if you are responsible with your medication in a disease. Patients that go to the intensive care unit, for example, they go into the disease because the body is not working well. It's with a very difficult situation. They can recover, they can improve and becoming an illness, and from the illness they can be discharged at home, and that's enough. In an illness, you have a treatment, you have medication, and you have a solution of the situation without any consequence. For example, if you have tuberculosis in bones, it could happen.
In bones?
Yes, tuberculosis is
Wow.
not just for pulmonary situation. It could be in any part of the body. If you get it in bones,
Wow.
for example, the tuberculosis becomes a disease because you got a consequence from the first infection that was tuberculosis, of course. And according to that,
Oh, okay.
if you get a consequence of the situation, you get a disease. If there is no consequence, you get an illness. On the other hand, no consequences with illness. For example, if you got a gastroenteritis with diarrhea and dehydration, you take your medication, you take your fluids, and everything goes in a good way. You recover.
Mhm.
There is nothing wrong. That's an illness because you are living a solution. Of course, you feel wrong, you are in pain, but there is no way to be in a bad way, to be in a consequence. That's an illness because it gets a solution, right?
So what would you say about cancer? Is it a disease? Because you can
Yes.
die from cancer. It doesn't. So cancer is classified as a disease? Oh.
It's a disease. It's a disease because
Oh.
it has a very long treatment. You can control the situation, but usually there is no cure. You are improving, you are in
Exactly.
remission, but there is no cure.
Remission.
Cancer can come back. Yes, can come back at any time if you don't care about you.
So if it would be with an illness, you have a starting and a finish point, right?
Okay.
And in the
This
middle,
is-
you have like the treatment, the solutions.
Yes, with sickness, you need no medication. For example, in a flu, you take some tea, you rest, you sleep a lot, and without medication, your body can fight against the infection, and there is a solution by its own. There is, of course, you feel bad, but that's not a bad situation for taking too much medication or even going to the doctor.
Okay.
So you don't need to be afraid about it because body is going to solve it by its own, right?
That's why the example was with the car sickness, right?
Yes, the sickness is the best. Yeah, it's the easiest.
Okay. And what happens when you have to go to emergencies? Like it would be well, you have to know if it's a disease or an illness, but both of them start with emergency visits.
Yes, according to emergency, it depends on the situation. Usually, patients go in illness.
Okay.
Because there are acute situations, maybe infections or maybe hits or maybe punches.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
according to that, so now you catch the difference, right?
Yes. Now it's so much clearer.
Okay, from this point, please read the slides and practice because all the homework I sent is from slides, nothing from another book or textbook because it's without an objective. So check the anatomical review because it's for filling blanks. In your case, I'm gonna consider the situation.
It's okay. I've printed the presentation you have, and I've been reading it. I mean, I like to read, and I learned that the vesicula biliaris is the gallbladder because I didn't know before. So it's good.
Okay, perfect. Perfect, Anna. Let me send you the pool in order to get your attendance, okay?
Okay, that would be great. Two or three. Oh. No. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So that's all at this point, okay?
Okay. Just one more question, please. Is there any way that we could have the slides with a white background? Because since they're black, when I print them, it goes like this.
By printing. Okay, I can change it. Don't worry.
Could you?
I
would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, don't worry. Just
Okay.
thank you for telling me. I never thought about printing them, and there could be a trouble.
I'm old school. I need things like be printed, books or notes, anything.
Yes, we work in the same way, so
Yes. Thank
okay,
you so
don't
much.
worry. I'm gonna change it while sending to the group, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and see you
Okay.
tomorrow, right?
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Gilda. Can you listen to me?
Yes. Hi, teacher.
Hi, how are you? How was your day?
I'm fine today.
Perfect. Let's try to use the camera because it was running mad.
Sorry, I
Yes, it's
changed my.
working. No, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Gilda. So, well, yesterday we had a class that was with lots of information, I think,
Yeah.
with lots of terms to check and review, definitions. And please let me know, did you have enough time to check the information I sent?
Yes, teacher, I have. I have some difficulties to understand some words or difference between some words, like
Okay.
illness,
Oh,
disease, and sickness.
yes, don't worry. Let's go to the slide, okay?
Please.
These definitions, right?
Yeah.
Let's get it bigger. In Spanish, it's easy. We get sick or we are well, and that's enough, right?
Right.
But in English, they have these definitions because they divide the meanings in order to organize the way of talking. And it's easier, I think, if you get in practice and get used to this. Let's start with sickness. When you get a flu, do you go to the doctor?
No.
Not really, right? It's not a requirement to go to be checked and evaluated because you know that the sickness is just ready, right?
Yes.
You know that without a specific treatment, you can get a solution about it, and there's no problem, right?
Yes.
So usually you even don't take medication. I mean, maybe some, I don't know, some hot tea, you take a rest, and that's enough, right? And your body solves the situation by its own without any trouble. So there's no problem. That's a sickness. A solution that when you feel bad, you feel pain maybe, but you don't need more activities than being in that rest, that means, than drinking something hot, and that's enough. And get you recover in a week around. And that's all, that's enough. The same when you get a punch, you don't go to the doctor because you get a punch. You use ice maybe, or a cold towel, and that's enough, right? Gilda, can you listen
Yes.
to me?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, teacher, yes.
Okay, so a sickness doesn't need a specific treatment or going to the doctor. It's easy to solve by the body without extra help, could be said, okay? An illness, it's a situation when you get sick, when you need, for example, lab studies, laboratories, to get the diagnosis, the correct one, to choose, maybe not to choose, to get the correct infection, maybe, for example, a gastroenteritis with diarrhea, or amoebiasis, or a shigellosis, I don't know, or maybe a pneumonia. It's a situation that you need studies and you need a specific treatment, right? Usually with antibiotics. And according to that, to the medication you receive, because you went to the doctor, you get into an evaluation, according to the medication that you are taking for around 7 to 10 days, maybe, then you recover. The detail is that when you are in an illness, you get no consequences. It's an acute situation. It has a solution, right?
Okay.
According to that solution that is supported by the medication, there is no trouble about living your life in a normal way, as in the previous state, right?
Yes.
Of course, you don't feel well. Of course, you have pain. You need some activities to feel better, but there's no consequences. You don't need treatment for the rest of your life. In a disease, the situation is different. Something is wrong in your body function. Your physiological processes are failing because something is not according to the situation. I mean, for example, if you get in diabetes, if you get this diagnosis, we know we need medication for the rest of our lives, right?
Yeah.
We cannot forget a pill because everything changes and we can get in risk. That's a disease. That's a chronic situation. You need the opinion and the evaluation from an expert, could be a specialist, and then decide the correct treatment for not being in consequences that can make in risk your life, right?
Yes.
So in that way, a disease has no solution. That's why it's a chronic situation that when you get you have to be all the time in control and in care for not missing the wellness you are living at the moment, right?
Yes.
Now, did you catch the meaning?
Yes, teacher. Thank you. What about cancer? Is a disease?
Yes. Cancer has a cure?
No.
No, well, you can control this. You can
Yeah.
become in a remission. You send the cancer for sleeping, could be said, for not being all the time in movement, could be said.
No.
Okay. So you can control the situation, but not a specific cure, not
Yes.
all the time. When you get cancer, for example, leukemia, when you're a kid, you are the rest of your life to be in risk that the leukemia comes back, right?
Yes.
That's a disease.
Okay. Thank you.
For example, if you get tuberculosis, it's an illness or a disease?
mm,
What do you think about it?
I think it's a illness, I think.
It depends on the situation. If you get inconsequences, it's a disease.
Yes.
If with the treatment, an effective treatment, there are no consequences independent of the organ that is affected, it's an illness.
Oh.
For example, if you get tuberculosis in kidneys, are there consequences? Or a central nervous system tuberculosis?
Yes, I think so.
There are consequences, so they become a disease. Or in bones, the POTS disease, right?
Yes.
But if they are just in lungs and we can control it and the treatment is working in the best way and the patient recovers and there's no consequences in the lung function, in the lung physiological function, there is an illness. That's why it depends on the situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's clear, right?
Yeah, it's clear now.
Okay.
And I have more question. What is the difference about a good, full, and complete recovery?
Okay. This one? This one?
Yes, yes.
No, they are just synonyms for talking.
Okay, okay.
Any of them you can use at the moment of talking with your patient or relatives or something or someone. Yeah, I mean, all of them are correct. Don't worry. There is no difference about the meaning.
Okay. About relapsed.
Relapse.
Sorry, yeah, relapsed.
Okay. For example, let's talk about cancer. It's an easiest example. You get the diagnosis, you start the chemotherapy, and then everything was going in a good way. According to the process, you finish your treatment and suddenly your patient or the one that is in treatment gets worse again. Everything, symptoms comes back, pain comes back. It has a relapsed. There is a relapse situation. All the symptoms that are supposed to be solved are coming back, and then you are suffering the situation as in the beginning. That's a relapse.
Okay. More question. We have a slide with a human body with parts of, there are 3 ways to say
Yes.
the parts.
This guy.
Which one should we use?
It depends on the situation. All of them are important. When you study medicine in English, you must learn these 3 ways of talking. I tell you by experience. But when you finish the career and you have the choice to choose which one, choose the best of you. The ones that are in Latin are usually used with old colleagues, with professors, because they feel encouraged about using this. They feel that, I don't know, they feel that it's a polite and an elegant way of talking. The medical term, the one that is in parentheses, of course, between colleagues, we talk in that way. It's like an idiom we have, right? In that way, you have to practice on this and get used to about the medical term. On the other hand, we have the social terms, the common ones for non-doctors, that of course you have to catch these meanings in order to use this vocabulary, right?
Yes.
So you have to choose to practice the 3 of them.
Okay.
In all the slides in Module 1, we have anatomical reviews. Some of them are in Latin, some of them are in English, in medical terminology. I tried to use just in medical terminology for not making a big mess, but it's helping now to catch the idea that we can get the slide in Latin and we have to get the meaning that is very similar than the Spanish and English, so that's easy to make.
Okay.
The 3 of them are okay during homework or maybe in the final test of Module 1, I'm gonna ask which term to use. So don't worry about it. If you write down just in medical terms in English, that's perfect for me. Latin as an information slide, it's of course helpful. In books, some articles, scientific articles, you find anatomical details in Latin, so you have to take it in count.
Okay. Okay, teacher. Thank you.
Okay. It's 15. Let me send you the pool for taking attendance, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Is there any other questions, something we can talk about now until your classmate comes?
I think it's clear, teacher.
Okay, thank you. We have a slide at the end of this first presentation. We are talking about some specific functions. I mean, we have function, verb, and noun. For example, speaking, speak, and speech. Do you remember that? It's the last slide, the last one. Oh, you are without microphone.
Yes, teacher, sorry. Yes.
Okay, no, don't worry about that. Please study that vocabulary because we need it. Okay.
Okay, okay, okay,
I mean,
teacher.
at this point, I think you are a general practitioner, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Are you working now?
No.
Okay, perfect. So try to take your own time for studying because there's a lot of information. Yesterday there was a not too long presentation, but we have lots of check.
Yes, teacher.
Okay.
A lot of terms, new terms. New
Yes.
words.
Any question, you can send me a message by WhatsApp and then we can talk about it. There's no trouble, okay?
Okay, teacher. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, can you watch the pool?
Yes, yes, I can see.
Okay, okay, perfect.
I send you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, teacher.
Okay, so keep on studying, keep on working, and on Thursday I'm gonna send homework. In homework we have, of course, anatomical charts for filling blanks.
Okay, teacher.
That's the same for me if you prefer to send it in Latin or in medical term.
Okay.
That's the
Okay.
problem. I had the students in previous courses to use to write down in Latin, and I said, okay, use Latin, there's no trouble. Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, teacher.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
everything is done, and well, that's all. We can
See you
meet
tomorrow.
tomorrow in the theoretical class, okay?
Okay, see you, teacher.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Yes, at this point, I got the chance with 2 students. And now one of my students is sending a message. In this way, we can work on this. Let's wait a little bit. Hi. Oh, okay, she's connecting. Hi, Maria Tatiana.
Good night, doctor.
Good night. How are you? Please, I need your camera turned on.
Okay.
Perfect. How are you?
Fine, doctor.
Perfect.
Yes.
Now it's working.
I have a little doubt with
Yes.
is the concept of sickness. If I can use sickness when I want to say that I am no good.
Yes. Okay.
Sickness.
Let's go from this point.
Ah.
When
Okay.
you, well, at the beginning, did you have enough time to check all the slides?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. And let me ask you something. You told me you're a general practitioner, right? A GP.
Yes, doctor.
Are you working now? I mean, do you have shifts, something like that?
I'm not working in
Oh, perfect.
Mhm.
No, don't worry. You have enough time to check. Yes, to study.
Okay.
Yes, don't worry. I need to know it because to take it in count attendance. Okay. Okay. When you have patients and they usually talk to you and they tell you, well, you ask, how do you feel? They can tell you, I feel unwell. That's the most common, or I'm not very well. The
Okay.
two most common expressions. And then you have to use some more questions. You have to be creative and be clear about the situation you are looking for and what they refer, what they want to say, telling us they are not well. So according to that, English speakers, Americans, England, that's the same. They have these differences in meanings. I mean, they don't say I'm sick like we say in Spanish. In Spanish, we are well or we are sick, and that's enough. But in English, we have this difference. For getting in context, if we are into a chronic situation, an acute situation, or if the patient is not feeling so bad for going to the doctor. For example, when you got a common flu, do you go to the doctor? Do you take an
No.
appointment, or do you take rest at home, take some hot tea, maybe a paracetamol, acetaminophen, right? And your
Exactly.
body go against to the infection by its own, and everything gets better, and you recover in a week around, right?
Okay. Yes.
You don't need extra treatment. You don't use antibiotics. So that's a good situation, I mean, when your body can solve the situation by its own.
Okay.
Without any consequence, without any trouble. But of course you feel bad, you have that muscle pain, and that's all. Not too much to worry about. That's a sickness, a situation that can be solved by the body by its own without any consequence.
Okay, doctor. And illness is when the person gets worse.
Yes, an illness, for example, when you get a gastroenteritis, you don't stay at home and wait for its own result, right? Maybe you go to the emergency department, to the emergency room, and then well, because you look bad, you feel bad, we take some lab tests, some blood, some stools, and we define that there's a specific infection, right? That's why we support that we are into a gastroenteritis. According to that, you need antibiotics, you need liquids, maybe some fluids. And according to this, you make a treatment for around 7 to 10 days, I mean.
Okay.
In that situation, the illness, it's an acute situation, could be said, acute infection could be, when you need a treatment, when you receive medication for a period of time, but when you recover, there is no consequence. Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
You get a solution. Of course, you feel bad, you need to rest, you need to take care of you. Sometimes your family take care on you, and there's no trouble, because with that, all the activities we receive, we get better, we recover, and there are no consequences. That's an illness. It has a solution.
Okay, doctor.
On the
And
other hand, in a disease,
mhm.
something is wrong in your body function. I mean, your body is not working well. The physiological processes are failing. In a diabetes, for example, you know that insulin is not working, right? You are not metabolizing the insulin, so you have troubles with your glucose levels. For controlling that situation, you need medication, right? But you cannot leave that medication. You have to live the rest of your life with that medication in order a better life, I think, to improve. You don't have a cure.
Okay.
It's a chronic situation. And for catching the diagnosis, of course, you need the opinion, the evaluation from an expert, from a specialist, and according to that evaluation, you get the correct treatment.
Okay, doctor. And in case in an accident, how we can
It
to the
depends.
patient?
Actually, accidents are considered illness unless
Okay.
they have consequences. For example, if you have a car crash, and you lose a leg, right? It becomes a disease because you're handicapped. You change completely, or your life is changing, and your body, it's not the same.
Okay,
right?
okay.
For example, if you have a car crash, but you have all the protection, I mean, the seat belt, the cushion, everything, and there's no consequences, just some punches, that's an illness because there are no consequences.
Okay.
If I ask you about tuberculosis, it's an illness or a disease or a sickness?
Tuberculosis, I think it's an illness because it has a treatment.
It has a treatment, right? But if it's the pot disease, I told you, yeah. It depends.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
the pot disease, of course, it's a consequence in bones in the vertebral column, right? So there's a disease. It becomes a disease, and it's the same as tuberculosis.
Okay.
If you have a pulmonary tuberculosis, according to the situation, if there are no consequences in the body function, in the physiological processes, there is an illness. But if there are consequences, it becomes a disease.
Okay.
That's a
And now
huge,
it's clearly.
that's the difference. That's the point of view we have to manage and be clear. If there are consequences, disease. If cancer is an illness, a disease, or a sickness.
Disease.
Yes, perfect, because it has no cure. You got in remission, but you can relapse at any time, right?
Mm.
Now it's
Just in case in cancer, we use the word remission.
yes. Just with that kind of situations where you certainly don't have a cure. For example, Lyme disease has a remission or has a recover.
Remission.
A remission, right? Because you can relapse at any time. That's the way we have to work. We have to think, and that's a good question.
Okay.
Okay, now it's clear, I think.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, I think so.
Yes, this meaning is always getting confusion, so don't worry about it. In Spanish, it's easy. If I told you about sickness and illness, talking about this chart, you have travel sickness and sleeping sickness, right? That's an old term. In the literature, through the time, it's changing. Now we are sleeping disorders, not sleeping sickness.
Okay.
Why disorders? Because you have a treatment to control the situation, not correcting. The sleeping sickness, it's a short process that maybe taking some tea could be corrected, but sleeping disorders are different.
Exactly.
Travel sickness, they are still travel sickness because you go home and everything is okay. There's no trouble.
Yeah, when we travel to Yungas, for
Yeah,
example.
to Yungas, or when you come from Santa Cruz to El Alto, yeah.
Exactly. Okay.
Okay, now
Okay,
it's clear.
thanks. Yes.
Okay, maybe another question. Did you have time to check the anatomical details? I mean,
Yes. Yes,
there's a lot of information, right?
yes. I see that are different words like teen and mental, but
Okay.
the technical names in medicine, it's the word in the
In
parentheses.
parentheses. Yes, that's the medical term. In black and words, the Latin term, and the other one is the social term.
Okay, okay.
Non-medical term for social English, for Legos. So the three of them are important. With any of them, you can get in contact, and then you have to be in practice of this.
Yes, that's true. And we can use the names in Latin too, or it's better to
In medical
refer
terms,
to the
it depends on the
Latin.
situation. I tell you by experience, when you talk with professors, I mean, very old doctors, because they think it's polite, it's an elegant way of talking, they use Latin terms, the black and white.
Okay, okay.
They said that it's because the medical history has to be recovered. We have to remind all of this, and they like to talk in Latin, but just a few of them. With
Okay.
colleagues in our age, young colleagues, of course, medical term is our idiom for talking, so there is no trouble. And for Legos for patients, of course, the social English term is the best one. Being
Okay.
clear. And well, this is one of the most complete charts I found. The best one, I think, because it has the three important terms. That's why I decided to send it to the group in order to practice, to get in mind, and well, to go ahead with this.
Hmm. I'm sorry, teacher. Can you repeat, please?
No, don't worry. It's easy to learn all of these
Ah,
anatomical
yes.
references with these three terms by this chart. I look for a
Yes.
lot, and this is the most complete I found.
Yes.
The lady is just showing us the social term, the social English term. That's why it's easy. It's basic, I think, but we have to take it in account for not mixing this information. This one has, of course, more details than this one, just for relaxing and getting in mind what we are checking. I send it for organizing ideas, okay?
Okay. Okay,
So,
doctor.
any other question maybe?
No, I don't have more questions.
Okay, don't worry.
Mhm.
So, did you check the rest of the slides? I mean, the grammar
Yeah.
details, expressions. This is very easy. We have homework with these expressions. It's nice for filling blanks, yeah. About
Oh,
anatomical references, any question maybe?
teacher, about the homework,
Yeah,
where we have to do the homework, and
I'm gonna
I
send it on Thursday night, while
okay,
finishing
on
the second
Thursday.
workshop, because we
Okay,
are going to make a review from these two first presentations, the 1 and 2 presentations. It's gonna be easy.
okay.
So don't worry, I'm gonna send you with all of the guidelines and deadline, and everything is clear in the file. We have
Okay.
lots to check, right?
Yes, I took the capital letters too. That is
Yeah,
in
that's
the slides.
perfect. Try to
Mhm.
get as much vocabulary as you can, okay?
Okay,
Okay, let me send you the pool to take your attendance, okay?
okay. Thanks.
And thanks to you for being on time. That's important, because 10 minutes is a short period of time for working.
Okay, teacher. See you tomorrow.
Yes, see you tomorrow on the theoretical class. We'll start at 8, okay?
Okay. See you, teacher.
See you, bye-bye. Okay, let's wait a little bit. The next one is Carlos Fernandez. Let's wait, I'm not calling anybody. I'll be back. Well, until this point, Carlos Daniel Fernandez Lopez is not attending. He had a schedule from yesterday night, but there is no reason. He didn't send any message. He's absent. Let me see what's going on with the next student because she's sending me a message. Okay, let's wait a little bit. I'll be back. Okay, Clara Mena sent me a message. She's on the way to her home. Let's wait a little bit. She might come because, well, she wants to stay. Let's wait. Maybe she will have some disturbances, some issues with her connection, but there's no trouble. I understand the situation. Maybe we can change the schedule for her for the next workshop. Let's wait a little bit. Hi. Hi, Clara. Can you listen to me?
Hi, teacher. Can you listen?
Yes, I can listen to you clearly.
Sorry for being late. I had some issues on my way home, so I couldn't be on time this time.
No, don't worry. If you prefer, we can change the schedule because at this point I have absences, but I'm not sure about later.
Okay. Depend of you, teacher, because right now I am on the street right now, but I can make it.
Which schedule fits to you?
Right now, 8 might be good,
At 8 could
or
be better
maybe
for Thursday and ahead.
for Thursday, I also have I am working right now, so that's why today I couldn't make it, but maybe better if it's at 9 or 10. It wouldn't be a problem for me. Even 11, it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so let's do this. For next schedules, for next workshops, I mean, I'm gonna correct the schedule considering your situation. Yesterday, I only received one message from one student asking for a specific time. I said about it during the class. I'll try to change it after 9, okay?
Okay, don't worry, teacher, please.
About it, I'm gonna send the new workshop role on tomorrow night, I think, because I have to talk about it with the academic supervisor, and then we can get the green light to do all the changes we need. But there's no problem. Considering your
Okay,
personal situation, I'm gonna move your schedule, okay?
okay, thank you, teacher.
Okay, so Clara, did you have enough time to check the material we were practicing yesterday?
Yes, I checked all the material. I also studied.
Perfect.
And yeah,
Do you have any specific question, maybe? Something you would like to check again? If I share a screen, can you watch the screen now?
yes, I can watch it.
Yeah,
There's no
perfect.
problem.
Okay, so let me know your first question, please. We don't have too much time. Let's try to do our best.
Okay. Well, one of the questions that I have is about the body parts that you showed us.
Yeah, this
The
one?
one that is male. Yeah, exactly that one.
Yes, the guy with the
Um,
3 names, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question about this because you mentioned that we have like three ways to tell the body parts, and in which situations we can use each one. Like for example, like the antecubitus or the front of the elbow. How do I know when do I use this? Because I usually use like the second option.
Okay. It depends on the situation. I tell you by
Okay.
experience, when you talk with an old professor, an old doctor, well, they consider that it's elegant and polite to talk with Latin terms.
Oh,
They
okay.
said that it's properly and the beginning of the medicine has not to be lost. That's why they prefer to use this kind of terms. But it's just for them, not for everybody. On the other hand, when we talk between colleagues, young colleagues, I mean, we prefer to use the medical term because it's our idiom, could be said. It's the way we are used to talk, right?
Yeah.
And when we talk with patients, we use, of course, the social term, the common term, not a medical terminology term, right? Or even Latin. They don't understand us if we talk in Latin.
Yeah.
So according to the situation, you choose the best one. Why I send you the 3 terms? Because we have to get with a clear idea that all of them are available, all of them are allowed, and you have to to choose which one fits to you at the moment you are talking.
Okay. And do you know like which how do you say this? Which is more often used,
The most
like in the
common.
hospital? Yeah.
Yeah, well, with patients, of course, the social ones, the terms that are without parentheses, the non-blackens,
Oh, okay.
the
Mhm.
common terms for patients, unless they have medical knowledge, but I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah,
On the
well,
other
that
hand,
was.
yes, when we talk between colleagues, the terms that are
Mhm.
in parentheses are the best ones because, well, as I was telling you, is the way we are used to express. And, well, it depends on you, on the colleagues we are talking about. Maybe they prefer the social term too. And that could be a good point of a start, maybe, to practice both of them. Latin, I tell you, because there could be a situation when you need to get in context about Latin terms.
Okay. Okay, I got it. Well, that was, I think, my only question. I had doubts about that. The rest of the material I studied and I could understand everything.
Yeah, perfect. That's good news. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, because I try also to, I'm trying to practice watching like some series, medical series. So I
yeah.
can also learn about the pronunciation because that's one one of the problems that I had before. Like, I'm like practicing.
Okay, so let's keep on reading. And if there's any question, please let me know by a message in WhatsApp, okay?
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Perfect. I sent you the poll for take your attendance. Can you watch it?
Okay. Yeah, I can.
Perfect. Please fill this, and that's all I think. We're almost on
Thank
time.
you.
We have 1 minute. Yeah.
Well, thank you, teacher.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your attendance. I know it's an extra effort to get into while being on the street.
Yes, don't worry, teacher. Thank you for also understanding me because today I was like in a rush, but I am glad I could make it.
No, that's perfect. Thank you for your attendance. So see you tomorrow in the theoretical class, okay?
Okay, see you, teacher. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Vanessa, can you listen to me?
Good night, teacher. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, that's perfect. How are you? You're on time, perfect.
Thanks, teacher.
Yes, please, let's turn on your camera, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much. My camera is running mad like yesterday, so I'm gonna be without camera for a few minutes and then you can use this.
Don't worry, teacher.
Okay, did you have enough time to check the material I sent?
Yes, teacher. I checked all the slides and have a few questions too.
Perfect, so let me share a screen. Please tell me your first question.
I have the first doubt was about how we refer to the parts of body patients. For example, in the slide says the chest and then says your stomach and also my doubt was when you use the chest and when you use your stomach, digamos, and why can I not use your chest instead of the chest?
Okay. It is
Uh,
when it depends on the situation, I mean.
mm-hmm.
Can you watch my screen?
Yes, teacher.
The mail, yeah, our mail, yeah, our top model. He's showing us in this slide the 3 ways we can get in context with medical terms. I mean, you have in black and words the Latin term. The Latin term is for the medical history. I said we started at the beginning of the whole history talking in Latin, right? Medical knowledge was in that language. In that order, nowadays we have that memory, could be said, when some doctors remind that time and they decide to talk with Latin just for respect, just for showing an elegant way of talking. It's usually with old doctors, with professors, I mean. That's why with young doctors, we don't have the same situation. We use the medical term in our language, in this case, in English, right? The medical term here is in parentheses, right? So if you are talking with your colleagues, between colleagues, you can use the medical term, of course, because that's the way we are used to do it. But if you're with your patient, of course, you cannot use Latin or even medical term. You have to use the social term, the common way of expression, right? That's why you have to choose when is the best moment to use each one. That's not a specific rule. It depends on the context you are living at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks, teacher.
So torsis or thorax is in Latin. Chest is in, for the social English, the normal ones, and thoracic is for colleagues, between colleagues. Of course, thorax is between colleagues, because we get used to this while talking, while studying, and that's normal for us. But for the rest of the people, for Legos, it's not normal. They said, what are you telling to me? They don't understand. It's easy to catch an idea, why not? So don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, thanks, teacher. See, that was my main question.
Perfect.
And I have one question more about this slide in particular. What will be the difference about, for example, oral and buccal in the meaning? I know both are medical terms, but what will be the difference? Because it seems to be reference to the same thing, vocal and oral. Buccal and oral.
You have a line that is showing you the anatomical detail, right? Oral.
Oh,
here, right?
yes.
Oral goes to the lips. Buccal or buccal goes to the cheek, the malar region of the face.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen. I just let me take by the sound of the word. Sorry, teacher. Yes, it's true.
Well, that's why Latin becomes a run information, crazy information, because you can get mixing or missing details like this. That's why when I found this chart, I said it has to be to the presentation on the slides, because it's clear. Yeah? There are lots of examples on websites, on internet, but this is the clearest one, the most easy to catch an ideas.
Right. Thanks, teacher. Yeah, I haven't. I missed the. How do you say the
arrows?
Point was the arrows, exactly, the arrows.
No, don't worry. That happens when you just catch the sound. When you're talking about it, it's easy to get in confusion. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks, teacher. The next question I had was in the parts of the, for example, the veins and arteries. There was a part that was in Latin, I think, and
yes.
it's with the it's just two B's, and it says B pulmonales. And my doubt was, what is the B?
The VV meaning, yeah, vein. Hi. Oops. Vanessa got frozen. Let me see. Hi, Vanessa. Now can you listen to me?
Yeah, yes, teacher.
Is that the slide, I mean?
Yes, I think.
Yes, this is. Yes, you have here the double V.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Double pulmonales dextra. That's in Latin. VV, the double V, is the abbreviation of veins in Latin. It's in plural. That's why it's double.
Oh, okay. It's like EU, United States. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the same.
And another question, I know this is in Latin, but exactly in this slide is why in some words like artery, subclavia, sinistra, And in other words, sinistra is left, right? It's
Yes.
and in another word is use sinister, if I'm not wrong.
Sinister, yeah, sinister or sinistra. They are like synonyms, could be said. They are in Latin.
Both mean left.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
This slides when you look for in English anatomical references, anatomical details, you can find English and Latin mixed. That's why you have to get used about it.
Okay.
Moreover, you can find just in Latin because of the history I was telling you, or maybe just in English. I tried to combine all of them for getting used to this and not becoming crazy when you find one of them in a book or maybe in an article, because it happens.
Yes, even in Spanish, sometimes they mix them.
Yes, in Spanish it's not very common, but in English it happens a lot. A lot. It's very common situation to find this information mixing. And then you said, what's going on here? Why they are using other terms? Or maybe I studied wrong, right?
Yes, because more often we listen the social names of that part.
Yes, the common term, the social English term, and that's why we get in confusion. For example, here in this slide, you have here in English and you have here in Latin. They are mixed.
Yes, it's true.
Why?
Labium minus.
Yes. Why they don't? Why they decide to mix it? For not repeating ideas and not mixing, not making an unrounded information. That's why you mix the language and then you get an interesting picture, an interesting slide to check. That's why that's the reason.
Oh, okay. So ani and anus both mean anus.
Yes, they are the same.
Okay.
Just anatomical references. As I told you yesterday, that's the most important ones, I think, the easiest ones, because we are not checking again anatomy. Of course, it's not possible in 1 month.
Yeah, it was too much.
Yes, try to remind just 1 semester of anatomy. We cannot finish. We never finished just one system. It's not possible to make it.
And teacher, what is the most common term to refer to the vertebral, thoracic or dorsal to that part?
Thorax, thoracic vertebra, for example. Dorsal, it depends. If you are talking about the superficial details, like the male picture we were talking at the beginning, you can say dorsal because you're just talking about the back, right? But if you are talking about the body part, the structure as a complete structure, I mean, it's thorax or thoracic. That's why it depends on the situation.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, is there any other question, Vanessa?
I don't think so, teacher. About body parts, my main doubts or question was about body parts, and that's all clear.
Perfect. Well done. Yes. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Dear, let me ask you something. Are you a general practitioner, maybe a student?
I'm a general practitioner, teacher. Just the last year I have finished the career. Okay,
you're on your internship?
I finished the internship too.
You just finished.
Yeah.
You're a new doctor, a new colleague. Oh, perfect. You're a new from the oven.
Yes, recién salidita.
Yes, perfect. That's great. You're going to be my bunny, so you have all the ideas clear in mind and it's easy.
Thanks, teacher. Yes, I'm also studying for the get the specialty too.
Yeah, for the residency course.
Exactly.
Yes, perfect. Take this. Use this year for studying. That's the best idea.
Thanks, teacher. Yes, I think I thought of that too because all the articles, the most recent articles, are in English.
Yes, the most important, I think. And if you want to go to another country, your test is going to be in English.
Yeah, and they require a level 2, B2, I think.
Yes, 2B. The 2B is the basis, but if you have a higher level in English, it's better. Of
Oh, okay.
course, this course gives you a general view of the medical English terminology. It's general, very general, because we don't have enough time to get in practice all of the capabilities you really need. Moreover, I would like to be clear on this. We are going to have some exercises about writing down the clinical history, but the most important parts. So according to that, it's going to be useful for you. Do you want to make your residency course here in Bolivia or maybe another country?
I was between here in La Paz or Argentina.
Ah, okay. That's nice. It's in Spanish easier.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I had some students that decided to go to UK, for example, or United States. And we were working a lot in extra time. And that was interesting because all of the information they needed was out of the topics. We are really practicing on this. And
Oh,
they had to understand that they was their choice to go ahead or maybe drop the course. They decided to go ahead because they had a point of starting this study. For example, for learning medical English, in my case, I had the chance at the college during the university time in the med school for 5 years. It's
oh,
not the same to study 5 years than study 2 months. We have to be clear on this. And they catch the idea, decided to continue, and actually I don't know what happened to them. Yeah, I hope they could approve their tests because they were yesterday and on Monday, I think, then last week.
Oh, hopefully, because I think English it's more difficult, right?
Yes, it's harder. Just checking the anatomical details, they were running mad. They told me, what's happening here? And I tell you, I can send you more. And I send them some applications for the cell phone. They were running mad because everything was in Latin, in English. And they said, it's craziness, dog. What happened to you? That's the easiest. Do you want the hardest one? I can send you. Do you want the book? I can send it to you. Don't worry. They told me, no, please don't worry. But writing down is the most important part for that kind of tests.
Oh, yeah.
This course is going to be very useful for you if you want to go to Argentina, because there you really need this basis for studying and then getting a good job. Never accept the ambulance job if you go there, because it's too risky. I had some colleagues that were in real risk of life, and it's not a good point of studying.
Wow. Oh, thanks for the tip, for the advice, teacher.
Yes, if you got this course and you focused on this and practice, you have a key for start working in an international hospital, because the certification is available to you.
That will be great. Thanks, teacher.
Yes, let me send you the pool for take your attendance. Okay, Vanessa?
Thanks, teacher. Okay, I will feel it.
Thank you so much. Can you watch the diary pool?
Yeah, I have watching it right now, teacher.
Perfect.
And it's done right now.
Perfect. So keep on reading, and if there's any question, please, we can talk about by message in WhatsApp, okay?
Okay, thanks, teacher. Good night.
Good night, Vanessa. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thanks, teacher.
Hi, Sherlyn.
Hi, teacher. Good night.
Hi, how are you? How was your day?
Today was okay. Thank you for asking.
Oh, perfect. That's a good news, yeah. Well, actually, I need your camera turned on. Is that possible now? Yeah, thank you so much. Well, let's try with my camera because it was running mad like yesterday. Yes, it works, yeah. But my light is not the best. Okay, now it's better. My hair is crazy. What happened to me? Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, did you have enough time to check the material I sent yesterday?
Yes, I was reading the slides and I had time to review the vocabulary.
Perfect. So let's see. Let's go first at the beginning with your questions, okay?
I don't think I have questions.
Perfect. So these definitions are clear: illness, disease, and sickness.
Yes.
Perfect. So let me ask you, if I tell you, what about COVID? Is an illness, or sickness, or a disease? COVID-19.
A illness
Why an illness?
because it goes away with medication.
With medication, well, it's a virus, and medication, of course, is not solving the infection, the virus infection, right? It's just helping you to stand the infection, and it's an illness if the situation doesn't leave you with a consequence. I mean, if you
Okay.
finish the COVID-19 with pulmonary fibrosis, you becoming an illness or a disease?
Disease.
Yes, because fibrosis, there's no cure for this, right?
Yeah.
What about tuberculosis? It's an illness or a disease? Of course, it's not a sickness.
It's a disease.
It's a disease. Tuberculosis, pulmonary tuberculosis, an illness or a disease?
Disease
Why?
because it has no cure.
In the pulmonary tuberculosis actually has a long, very long treatment. And if you complete it, it might be cured. It's the objective, right?
Oh yeah.
The differences is the same. Is there any consequence? That's the tail. If you
Yeah.
get a consequence from the illness, it becomes a disease. For example, if you get tuberculosis in bones, in the vertebral column, do you remember the name of that?
No.
The pot disease.
Oh, the pot disease.
Of course, tuberculosis in the vertebral column becomes a disease because there are consequences in movement or maybe in chronic pain, right? That's why it becomes a disease. Okay. Taking it into account, it's perfect. You got the idea. About about these definitions, relapse and remission is clear.
Yeah, that's clear.
That's easy, right? It's easy to catch the meaning. There's no problem. So Lyme disease, for example, you get relapse, you get in remission, or you get recovered.
Sorry, with what?
Lyme disease.
You get recovered.
Okay, you make the treatment and you avoid always the Lyme disease from while finishing treatment, or you just control? That's different, right?
Yeah.
When you have diseases in general, you get in remission because everything is under control without any consequence at the moment. But for example, in Lyme disease, there is no cure. You have to use treatment for the rest of your life to control the situation. And then according to that, you can go ahead, you can live normally, could be said, but considering that it's just a remission and you can relapse if you don't take all the control, all the care you really need.
Okay.
That's the difference you have to take in account. About leukemia, it's of course, it's an illness or a disease?
It's a disease.
A disease, right? Perfect. And if you get in remission, you can relapse. It's the same. You cannot get recovered from any kind of cancer, I think. Maybe some of them have a cure, but they are not very common. And of course, you have the possibility to get relapsed. If you get relapsed, there's not a recovery, it's a remission just.
Yeah.
That's the details while speaking, while talking, that are important to get clear, right?
Yes, I understand.
Yes, easy. Let me see. About anatomical details, did you check all the slides?
Yeah, I was reading some of the body parts.
Perfect. Any question about them, maybe?
No, everything is pretty easy.
Yeah, perfect. just for memorizing and practicing. And when you watch them, they are the same in the med school, right?
Yes.
Okay, at this point, let me ask you something. Are you still in med school or did you finish the college?
I'm going on my first year of math school.
First year? You are
Yes.
at the beginning.
Yes.
How do you get enough time to do this?
I don't know, maybe at lunch I read some of the PowerPoint.
Well, that's great. Try to combine this. We have a general view of everything. I mean, it's going to be useful for you, going to be helpful, I think. But if there is anything without, well, not easy to manage, I think, when we become talking with about the case report, I mean, or pathologies in general views, of course, please let me know in order to help you to catch the meanings, okay? Because you need a basis to do this course.
Okay, thank you.
While being at the first course, it's not so easy because there's an objective of the model. One is to write down the case report. The case report is the resume when you receive your patient and get why the patient is going to the appointment. And well, we are going to work with you in a different way, so, okay?
Okay, thank you.
In which university you are studying?
Univalle.
Okay, here in La Paz?
No, Cochabamba.
Ah, okay, perfect. I had lots of students from Cochabamba at Univalle, of course. Yes, and in fourth and fifth year, I think. I'm not sure at this moment, but that's okay. So let me know if there's any question, please let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
At this point, it's easy.
Yeah, everything is.
Okay, any other question maybe?
No.
Perfect. So about this, it's clear the difference of this, right? Latin, social term, and medical term?
Yes.
Perfect. Practice on this, and while reading in English articles or books, you're going to find this. I tell you by experience, when you find this and getting confusion, it's interesting. Well, it's easy. Radiation of pain. Well, maybe with this you might need some help because it's how the patient describes how the pain is going through the body. And for that, you need to get on practice on the basis of the medical knowledge. But let's try to do our best, okay?
Okay.
There's another slide that it's important. This one. About these terms, any problem, something you would like to check?
No, everything it's clear. It's clear.
It's clear, okay. This is just an approach. Of course, we have lots of functions and terms and verbs and nouns to change. Through the course, we are going to be watching this. This is just an introduction. Okay. Okay. Something you would like to talk about maybe from this presentation, or everything is done?
Everything is done.
Okay. So let me send you the pool to take attendance, okay?
Okay.
Yes, it's done. Can you watch the pool?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Perfect.
It's done.
Okay, perfect. If there are no questions, I think everything is done. Your attendance is took. Everything is done. So if you prefer, we can meet tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Okay, see you at the theoretical class at 8, okay?
Okay, bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Shirley. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, that was Charlene without questions. She's at the first year. It's a mess. Well, let's wait a little bit. We have 4 minutes until the next student comes. Let's wait. Bye-bye. Well, now it's time to Erica Vasquez. She got in confusion. She's sending me messages to WhatsApp, but I asked her to get into the Zoom session now because it's her time. So let's wait a little bit. Hi, Erika, can you listen to me? Erika, well, your screen is frozen.
Hi, teacher. You can listen?
Yes, I can listen to you, but you are without microphone following the picture you have. But there's no problem, don't worry.
Hola. Hi.
Hi, can you listen to me?
I can listen, teacher.
Hi. Let's change this. Hi, can you listen to me?
Can listen?
Yes, I can listen to you, but your screen is frozen.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay. I can listen, but no good. Okay. So today it's a workshop too. So it's have I think that is about that. I have two questions for yesterday class. True?
Yes. Today, well, during the workshops on Tuesday and Thursday, we have
Okay.
a chance to talk about all the questions from the class of the previous
Yes.
day, or maybe
Okay.
from any class, I mean. And if there are more questions, different points of view you want to talk about into these 15 minutes, we can talk about it. That's the objective of the workshop.
Okay. So okay. I am introducing me. My name is Erika Vasquez. I am study medicine. So really, I like to speak English, but I it it's more difficult that I can talk because I I can understand when the people talk, but when the people slow talk, but when the people it's fast talk, it's very difficult for me because really I don't understand that. So in the future, I want to especially about dermatology and pediatric because I like to children.
Yeah.
So see about the body, and I don't. It's very interesting, teacher.
Okay, that's nice, Erica. Nice to meet you. In which year of the career you're at this moment?
Hi.
Which year you are at this moment of the college? Are you at the beginning, first, fourth, fifth year? Erika. Oops, again, it's frozen. Let me see my internet. Let's try to change this. It's failing. Well, the connection of Eric is failing too much. And, well, patience. Let me send her an audio of WhatsApp and then we can solve the solution because we didn't have time to fill the pool or work as we had to do. Hi, Erica, can you listen to me? Well, there's no way she's not listening to me. Well, Erica, you are without microphone, or, well, I need at least your camera, and maybe by chat we can talk a little bit. And, well, please try to get in touch with me, because without that information, I cannot do anything to help you to take your attendance, please. Okay, try to come back. I'm gonna wait for you. You have 3 minutes. According to that, I have to consider your attendance, but we need to fill the pool, okay? I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here. Well, again, Erica, you are here again. We are without microphone. Well, let me send you the pool. Try to fill this to take your attendance. If you don't fill this, we cannot support that you were here with me working, okay? Please check the
Okay, but
pool. Yes, can you listen to me now? Erica,
hi.
hi, can you listen to me now? Ah, we are going to run mad. I cannot listen to you clearly. Hi. Oh. Erika. Please send me a message by the chat. Maybe that could be the way to solve this situation. No, she's out. What's happening to this? Hijo, haz tu tarea. Ya te he escrito el título. Escribe el título, deja tus trucos y haz, por favor. Hi.
Hi.
Carla?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, please, I need your camera turned on, please.
Okay. Right now.
Okay. Please, Carla, Erika is gonna fill the pool to take her attendance, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Erika, please fill the pool to take your attendance, okay? We need this. There are 3 questions, the same as yesterday. So according to this, I can say if you were here or not.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Carla, let me know about you. Are you a med student, a GP?
Yes, tengo amigdalitis.
Okay, don't worry. You are without clear voice.
Sorry.
Don't worry, I understand. You are making an effort. You told me you're in the 4th year at the university, right?
Yes, I'm in Univalle.
Here in La Paz, maybe?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We are closer. Yeah.
Well, I was studying. I sent you that link. I study from there as well. And I have a question in the part of illness, disease, and sickness. And if you can explain me that again,
Okay.
please.
No, don't worry. Go ahead. If you prepare, just talk as much as you can because you are in pain. I understand the situation. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
So let me see. Did you have enough time to check all the slides from yesterday?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have any question?
I have a couple of questions. In the first slide that yesterday, there was the questions, and in some questions, it was like, what is going on with your body? And it's okay if we simple that like, what's going on, not what is going on first.
Well, you have lots of ways to make questions, right? Let me share the screen. Let me share this. Can you watch my screen?
Yes.
When we have, yesterday I showed you a list of questions, right?
Uh-huh.
The most common ones, I mean.
Mhm.
Maybe according to the purpose you are asking for, they might not be the first option, maybe, because we usually take more details previously. But as an example, you have specific questions to catch why the patient is going to the appointment, right?
Mhm.
In that order, you have the chance to start catching and getting information about your patient, and
Yes.
then you can organize your ideas. As examples, they are the first point of view we get.
Mhm.
Going through the complete course, module 1 and 2, we are going to get some specific questions according to some situations, I mean, right? In that way, if you have another ways to get the same information, that's perfect.
Okay.
It's not a closed question. You have lots of ways to ask for many things,
Mhm.
right? Is that
Okay.
correct at this point?
Yes.
We know that patients have to be honest with us, like doctors, of course, and we have the opportunity to ask about sexual activity, recreational drugs, alcohol, smoking, drinking, family history, lots of details, right?
Mhm.
In that order, just be creative in the way you ask. If it goes to the objective, that's nice for me. That's perfect in the way you are talking about.
Okay.
Okay. Any other question, maybe?
No, this part it's okay.
Okay. About this, well, there are common expressions you can listen to from patients. And well, as you can see, one expression can have lots of synonyms or ways of doing this the same. So just getting on practice on this, and according to this context, you get the meaning of each one. So
Mhm.
it's easy. Just read and practice on this. And by experience, the most common ones you listen are unwell, are not very well, both of
Mhm.
them. According to this, you have to be patient and ask for lots of details to get the correct information,
Okay.
right?
Right.
About this, is that clear, the meaning of these three expressions, I mean, ways of talking? In
Yes.
Spanish, it's easy. We are sick or we are well, that's enough.
Uh-huh.
But in English, we have these three ways of talking according to the situation. It organizes the information you get or you receive, maybe as a doctor, and you give the opportunity to your patient to get in touch with a detail that maybe it's not easy for the patient to explain to us. That's why we get this difference done, and it has to be very clear.
Okay. That's the part that I didn't understand that well.
Okay. when we are talking about medical English, in medical terms, I mean, you have to catch the difference between sickness, illness, and disease. Because according to the situation, you get the context of the patient, and you can give a prognosis, you can choose a correct treatment, you can get in calm your patient, and it's better for him, of course. Let's start with this, with sickness. For example, if you get a common flu, do you go to the doctor? You make an appointment?
No.
No, right? You just don't need it. Or at this point, you're with amygdalitis. Did you go to the doctor?
If I get,
Now you got amygdalitis, right? You are losing your voice, but you know, it's a viral process that is going to pass away by its own, right?
I'm in the next slide, you put sickness like patient confused with a symptom. That
Yes, I'm gonna, let's go first with this, with this one,
okay.
with these definitions. Then we are going to check the difference. It's easier in that way.
Okay.
As for example, in the common flu, it's a situation where you don't really need an appointment with the doctor because your life is not in risk. And we all know that taking rest, hot tea, well, taking some care, it's gonna pass away without any consequence in around 1 week, right?
Okay.
So we don't make an appointment, we don't take a specific medication to this, we don't use antibiotics. In that order, you know you're going to be healthy in a few days, and that's enough.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't feel very good. You have some pain, maybe muscle pain, but that's all. It's gonna pass away. We are sure about it. It's easy to solve. The body is fighting against, and the body is gonna win. We all know about it. It's different from an illness.
Okay.
For example, if you get a gastroenteritis, you start with diarrhea and fever and abdominal pain. You don't wait at home that it pass away. You go to the doctor, you make an appointment, go to your appointment, you receive lab requirements, lab tests, of course, and according to the results, we as doctors decide what kind of infection you are suffering from, right? And according to those results, we decide the treatment, which antibiotics, fluids, maybe just liquids, maybe at home, maybe you stay at the hospital, we don't know. But according to the situation, that's an illness that can become in a risk of life if you don't care, you don't take the correct care at home.
Okay.
You need medication, you need to rest, you feel pain, you don't feel very well, your body functions are not working so bad. No, they are in trouble, but not in such a big difficulty situation for being in a very complicated treatment, I mean, right?
Okay.
It has a solution. It is a short process, maybe can last 10 to 14 days, no more than that. Of course, you feel bad, you need a control, but that's enough. When you finish everything, you are well, you recover completely, there are no consequences, right?
Okay.
Illness is an acute process.
Okay.
And we have the disease. The disease is when something is wrong in your body function. Physiologically, the physiological process, something is wrong. And in order that situation is wrong, there is no solution. The treatment can help you to stay in a good way, I mean.
Okay.
But there is not a cure. You don't have the chance to be on cure from the diabetes, right? Or from hypertension. You have to take pills the rest of your life if you want to live like normal ones without that disease, right? I mean, it's a chronic situation. You need the opinion of an expert and specialist to get the correct treatment, and you need specific changes into your life for becoming in a social way of living, I mean, for going ahead without any trouble. But if you leave your medication, you relapse, right?
Yeah.
Is now clear?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. About the next slide. Let me go there. We have this definition, well, this difference. Sickness of illness are the same. While talking to patients, according to the situation, they used to use sickness when talked about nausea, vomiting, or some symptoms, specific symptoms, but not in a specific situation.
Mhm.
If you feel nausea, what are you referring from? It could be pregnancy, it could be the attitude, it could be that the I don't know, food is wrong for you. It could be because you're moving too fast. There are many situations, right? It's not a specific. And vomiting the same. If you come too fast from Santa Cruz to La Paz, for example, you're going to have headache, nausea, and vomiting.
Mhm.
The attitude syndrome, right?
Yes.
So according to that, sickness could be used as a synonym of this, not in a specific situation.
Okay.
Moreover, through the medical history could be said, we have for diseases these terms, travel sickness and sleeping sickness.
Mhm.
Actually, sleeping sickness, of course, there are not sickness, there are disorders. But as a tradition, we are still talking about it, sickness. Travel sickness could be refer about abdominal pain, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting. It depends on the situation. But just as a tradition, it's not the, at this point, it's not a specific term. It's just the common way of talking, the social English that it's going to be used for, okay?
Okay.
Okay, now it's clear.
No, yeah, I get it.
Now it's easy to catch. Yes, yeah. Maybe another question.
No, I think that I'm yes, I have a question. In the part of recovery, there's a
Yeah.
part when we are talking about remission, and that word we use only with patients with cancer.
No, you use this with diseases. For example,
Cancer is
all
just an example.
yes. For
Okay.
example, with diabetes, there are many situations with diet and correct pill control. You can avoid pills or maybe take a very small doses and you are on remission, right?
Okay.
The same as with epilepsy could be, epilepsy has a cure.
I know. Well,
Until this point, we know that we can control it, it becomes in remission, but there's not the proof that there is a specific cure. I think that that's the last information I read. But there is not a specific cure. If there is not a cure, you got on remission, it's like as if it were sleeping. And you have to take control to be so careful with your health for not relapsing to that situation.
okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, Carla. Let me send you the pool to take your attendance, okay?
Okay.
Can you watch the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So see you
Bye.
tomorrow in the theoretical class. Get better.
Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hi, Jorge. How are you?
Good evening, teacher. I'm very
Good
well, and you?
Very well. Here working too much. Yeah, at this point. But we
Oh,
are
that's
here.
good.
Well, I'm sorry I'm without camera because it's run mad.
Oh, don't worry.
But we have to find a solution, right?
Yes.
Well, we were talking a little bit by WhatsApp and you told me you are med school at the beginning, the first year, right?
Yes, that's right. I did the first 2 years in as I said, in a private university. But then there were some problems with the pandemic, and so I decided to move to a public university.
That's perfect. That's a good change, I think. A new opportunity
Yes,
to learn new stuff, right?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, perfect. And now you catch the difference between public and private, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, that now you are checking that there are differences between the private university and the public university.
Yes, more than just the payment, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, there are many differences. It's like, but actually here, I know it's not like this everywhere, like in the world, but in general here in Paraguay, there's a public university, which is the National University of Asunción. It's like the most prestigious college here in Paraguay. And yes, once you understand how hard it is to get admitted into that college, yeah, you understand one of the differences.
Yes, it's hardest, but well done. It's a good change, I think.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In the order you are at the beginning, so we have to be clear on this. For this course and the material I have prepared in all the versions of the course I'm teaching, we need a basis of the medical terms, medical pathologies, and everything like that. But considering you're at the beginning, we are going to work in a different way, okay?
Okay.
We have objectives about writing down, and according to them, I'm going to change some details in order for not mixing your information from the university, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
And if something is not clear, be confident and tell me all your doubts. That's perfect, okay?
Okay.
Okay, according to yesterday I sent
So
the slides. Yes, tell me.
yeah, I just wanted to tell you that we had a system in the first college that I went to. There was a system of let's say that the theoretic part of the career of medicine, in which we studied all the systems of the body, right? Before getting into, pathology or semiology and stuff. So the point is that what I want to tell you is that I am familiar, at least in Spanish, with the terms, the physiological terms related to parts of the body and the systems in general. So it won't be a problem if assignment has to do with writing down about, describing certain parts or anything like that.
Okay, perfect. That's the best. So you have a basis, and that's better for us. But
Yes.
I refer
And
about
I have also had medical English in those 2 years that I was in that college.
That's perfect. That's amazing, because with that basis, it's going to be easier, this part. But I'm going to this point. We have exercises about writing down, for example, the case report. The case report is the
Yes.
basis of the med history. I mean, talking about symptoms and signs could be a little difficult for you, but not such a good, very, very difficult trouble. I mean, we can work on this. It's easy. All the information
Yes.
is on the slides.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so according to that, did you have enough time to check all the slides I sent yesterday?
Yes, I looked for the slides. I could watch those slides. I have some questions, particularly about the one that talks about the difference between. I noticed that I was not the only one. The difference between sickness, disease, and illness.
Yes, these terms. Can you watch my screen now?
Yes.
These terms always get in mind, always get in a question with my students, and that's great because you are taking attention that it's a difference from Spanish. And in Spanish, we only have one choice. We are sick or we are well, and that's enough.
Yes.
We say I'm great or I'm wrong, and that's great for us. In Spanish, it's easier, just this part. In English, in order to get in context, we have these different definitions, I mean. Let's start with this, the easiest one. The sickness is, for example, when you get a common flu, do you make an appointment with the doctor? Do you go to the doctor with a common flu? I don't think so, right? We stay at home, we drink some hot tea with lemon, some oranges maybe an aspirin, and that's enough. We know that this situation is going to pass away in around 1 week, maybe 2 weeks in the worst case, but no more time, right? Because we know that it's because of the environment, the weather, I don't know. But our life is not in risk. I mean that it has to be clear. We know we can make everything in the normal way, just with some small difficulties. And we know that our life is not in risk. We don't have too much pain for avoiding our normal activities, I mean, right? In sickness, you feel bad. You think that something is not going well, but it's not such a big trouble to leave everything or to take lots of medication, right? That's a sickness. It passes away because you know everything is going to be okay. About illness, you have a specific situation, and a specific problem could be said. And you know that, for example, if you get a gastroenteritis, you have fever, diarrhea, and abdominal pain, right?
Yes.
With a gastroenteritis, you're going to expect a week or 2 weeks to pass away? Of course not. Because you feel wrong, every day is worse than the previous. You need to go to make an appointment and to be checked by the doctor, or even at the emergency room, right?
Yes.
In that order, an illness is an acute situation when you have the chance to be in risk. Your life is in risk if you don't take the correct medication, the correct treatment. You can receive antibiotics, you can receive fluids, or maybe just drinking some specific medication or taking some specific pills, but you need a treatment that has to be done, that has to be sent for you by a doctor, not by yourself, right?
Right.
In this situation, taking the complete treatment has a cure, has a solution, right? In that order, it's an acute situation that with the treatment has a solution, has a cure, and when it finishes, your life becomes to the normal state without any consequence, right? You recover and everything is okay as the previous state, right? With the disease, that's the fact. It's the situation when there is no solution. You have a treatment to control the situation, but not a cure, right? In that way, you know that physiological processes are wrong. Something is in dysfunction. In diabetes, for example, you know that there is no possibility to use your insulin, right? You need a replacement for this. But if you leave your medication, your insulin, diabetes is going wrong, right? It's relapsing, and the consequences are worst. Your life is affected, and you need the medication the rest of your life. It's a chronic situation, right?
Okay.
According to this, now it's clear, the information?
Also, like, I know that we shouldn't say always, but let's say that in most cases, when we say that a certain condition is a disease, we mean that it is a chronic condition and it doesn't have a cure, right?
Yes, that's the way.
Okay.
For example, Tell me, let me ask you something. If you get COVID-19, it's an illness or it's a disease?
That's I would say it's an illness,
Yes.
but also it's a bit confusing for me in that because sometimes there are some illnesses that have consequences that last for a long time and maybe for the rest of your life. So it's a bit confusing for me there to notice the difference.
Yes, that's perfect. COVID-19 can start like an illness. Of course, medication, it's not making the cure of COVID, it's just for understanding the consequences of this infection.
Yes.
But if COVID lets you a consequence, for example, pulmonary distress syndrome, for example, or high BP, hypertension, I mean, high blood pressure, of course, it's going to be a disease. The consequence is the disease. It depends on the situation.
Okay. But
What
originally, like, let's say that the disease is just a consequence of the illness, the original illness, which is COVID-19, right?
Yes, perfect. When you talk about the consequences, for example, high BP, high blood pressure, you have to consider how it begins. And then you can see how to focus your treatment or make changes about it. But that's another topic. We have a specific moment to talk about it. Let me ask you something about the tuberculosis. It's that illness or disease?
I would say it's an illness because I know that the treatment for tuberculosis is long lasting, but I think with antibiotics, tuberculosis can be cured.
Okay, perfect. With tuberculosis, but what happens if it's in bones? If that's
What
an
happens
illness?
if what? Can you repeat, please?
What would happen if the tuberculosis is in bones? For example, in the vertebral column.
Oh, yeah.
That's
So
an
it would
illness or
turn
a
into a
disease?
disease.
It's a disease, right? The post disease. So
Yes.
according to that situation, you have to be in context and choose the best one. Which one is the illness or which one is the disease?
Yeah.
Well, Jorge, we had almost over 15 minutes done. So if you have more questions, please send me messages. By WhatsApp, I'm sorry, by WhatsApp, and then we can solve all of the doubts, please. 15 minutes is not always enough to do this kind of exercise, but it's important to get that definitions very, very clear.
Yeah, thank you, teacher.
Now, are they clear, or maybe you want to talk about it by WhatsApp?
No, I think everything is clear, at least regarding those three terms that are not the same in English.
Okay, perfect. So fill the pool and took your attendance, and that's all. And all questions you have, we can talk about it by WhatsApp as I was telling you, okay?
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Okay, so thank you for your attendance, for your pool, and see you tomorrow in the theoretical class, okay?
Okay, thank you, teacher. Have a good night.
Have a good night too. Hi, Franklin, how are you? Oh, you're without microphone.
I'm sorry. Hi, teacher. I'm doing well. How about you?
Well, working a lot, I mean, but that's okay. That's the way I choose, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay, perfect, Franklin. Yesterday we were talking a little bit and you told me you are a teacher, a ESL teacher.
Yes, I teach English, so. And the reason why I decided to sign up for this course is because I get several people who study medicine and want to learn about, medical English. So I thought that maybe it would be a good idea to know something about that and to kind of help them a little bit with that, because I get a lot of people who want to learn about that.
Yes, you get lots of med students into your groups, I mean.
Yes, I work at Cambridge, and Cambridge has a sort of agreement, I guess, with the Catholic University, and a lot of people that I have as students are medicine
Okay,
students.
medical
So,
students.
and
That's great.
they asked me questions about that. So I think it would be a good idea to know something about that.
Okay, that's perfect. In that way, let me get this idea very clear. This course, in the way I work on it, it is designed for doctors. So there are spaces when we have to write down in the clinical history, for example, that kind of homework we are going to change for you for not missing the focus, the point you are looking for, okay? Because you need the basis of the medical knowledge in order to catch the idea what we are working on. So if there's any question, when you really miss the point of the slides or maybe of the homework, please let me know and then we can fix it, okay?
Okay, all right.
For example, we have exercises about radiation of pain. In that order, you are not a doctor, it's going to be harder for you, but it's not impossible to make. Of course, I'm going to help you to do this, okay?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
when I read the definition, I get the idea of what they are trying to say. It's just that the technical term that they use is different. But when I read the concept, I understand more or less the idea of what they are trying to say.
Yes, perfect. You're going to catch it. Don't worry. At this point, I had university professors. Moreover, I had students from other careers, translators. So don't worry. Let's try to get in touch so close if there is any trouble, and there's no trouble, okay? No problem for fixing this situation.
All right.
Okay, according to this, did you have enough time to check the information I sent? The slides, I mean?
Yes, I was checking them, but I didn't finish looking at all of them. I stopped at the part that says, I was about to read the one that says internal parts of the body, and that's where I stopped because I had to give a class and then I couldn't keep on reading.
Okay, don't
The
worry.
rest I read.
Okay, perfect. About the topics you were reading, do you have any question to solve now?
Okay, yes, let me see.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I got a question. When you say, for example, in slide number 2 says some questions that a doctor would ask his patients, right? It says, do you
Yes.
smoke or do you take any recreational drugs? When they say recreational drugs, does it mean like things like cocaine or marijuana, things like that?
Yes, they are. The LSD, for example, all the drugs that are giving you the experience of that wellness sensations could be said.
Okay.
They are recreational drugs.
Okay, good, gotcha.
That's the expression that we have to use, recreational drugs, for not being offensive for patients or the one that is talking to you.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would sound like, are you a drug addict? Do you take drugs?
Yeah, well, when you say drug addict,
yeah, it sounds too straightforward.
Yeah, that's a huge problem because you can get into loyal troubles. That's why recreational drugs is the expression that as doctors we use. It's not the same as in Spanish, of course.
Yes.
Patients have to be honest with us. We know about it. When you go to the doctor, we as doctors have the freedom to ask you everything. And you have the responsibility to be honest and give me all the information I'm asking for, right? In that order, all these details are just examples. There are lots of questions we can make. During the course, we are going to watch more and more and more ways of ask about information, detailed information about symptoms. According to the system we are checking. So at this point, there are just examples. And then we are going to watch more. But that's a good question. For example, if I tell you medicines or supplements are referring about vitamins or proteins when you make some sports, maybe. And that's the situation we have to consider, okay?
All right. Okay, I get it. And something I wanted to ask you about the difference between illness, disease, and sickness. Based on what you explained in class yesterday, and based on what I understood, let me see if I got it clear, but I think from what I understood is that a sickness is something, for example, like a cold or maybe the flu that can go away by itself without taking any medication necessarily. And then an illness is something that needs medication and maybe antibiotics perhaps, and the antibiotics or the medication you take is gonna maybe kill the bacteria or the bacterium. It's gonna help you get rid of the illness. And the disease is something more serious because it you can control it, but you cannot get rid of it. You cannot kill the virus or the bacteria or whatever it's causing it. I don't know if that's what it is, but that's what I understood.
Yes, that's perfect. You catch the idea. The sickness is a situation that, of course, as you said, it's a common flu, cold, that without a very long treatment, without a specific medication, pass away, and there is no trouble. You know that you don't need to go to the doctor. You not need to make an appointment to get this solution. Your body is going to solve it. Illness, as you said, you take some medication for a few days and that's enough, and you recover completely without any consequence. And a disease, one of the best examples is diabetes. There is no cure, there is no solution, you just take medication to control the situation. That's great, you catch the idea. That's perfect, Franklin.
Okay, gotcha. All right. What else? And let me see, in the part that says considering this, I don't know which number of slide that is.
Yes, I lost it. Yes, this one.
Yes,
With the blue
that
guy.
one. Yes, with the blue guy. And it says, patient says, I was sick this morning and then I feel sick. And to me, the difference is past tense and present tense. Is there any other difference besides the tense, past and present?
No, just the time. The past tense, we have the possible meaning. So in the moment they were talking, they were feeling bad. And now at present, how they feel at this moment. That's the only difference. This chart is showing us that one simple sentence from the patient can have lots of meanings, lots of ways to get the meaning about what the patient is trying to talk to us.
Okay, great. So we focus on the possible meanings that it may
Yes,
have.
possible meaning. The possible meanings is just for showing us that patients can be so general way talking, but we have to get in mind that there are possible answers, possible meanings. In that way, we have to be clear and start asking and get more information to get to the point and solve the solution, right? And solve the problem, I mean, to find the solution.
Okay, it's like the doctor should ask, what do you exactly mean by saying you were sick or you felt sick, right?
Yes.
What kind of
For
symptoms you
example,
have? Or,
yeah, for example, I tell you by experience, when I was working in a hospital for travelers, they go to me, they used to go and they said, I'm sick. And you said, okay, what do you feel? What's going wrong? Tell me your symptoms, details like that. When you have to catch the information and get the diagnosis while talking at the beginning, and then with the physical exam, lab test, and everything that is needed at the moment. So in that way, this general expression is one of the most common ones, because something is unwell, but they don't know how to express it because they are in pain sometimes. When they see you are interested in catching the information and start asking, then the patient gives the whole information you need. So never be shy about asking for, just make as much questions as you can in order to get all the situation in order.
Okay, great. So what else?
Okay, any other question maybe?
The term remission in the next slide, I guess. Not sure if it's the next one.
Yes, I got it.
Okay.
We have relapse and remission, right? We use remission when you talk about diseases. I mean, the situation, for example, cancer, is under control without any consequence or any acute situation at the moment. And it's in remission because you don't need more treatment at this point. If you take care of you, if you control your habits, your, I don't know, your food or everything you need to control, you're going to be on remission the time you take in control, right? But if you lose that control and the symptoms starts again and everything gone worse, you relapse. You go back to the disease.
Okay. So to be in remission is like to be in control of the disease.
Yes, just in control. Under control without consequences at the moment, because you can relapse at any time.
Okay. Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay, perfect. Any other question maybe?
The one that says illness, wellness continuum.
Okay. The illness and wellness.
The one with poor health.
Yes, I usually send this slide in order to get vocabulary, but it's a good question. While talking about illness and wellness in medicine context, you have to understand that all of us are all the time moving through this chart, through this score, could be said. You could be neutral now, and tomorrow you are in good health, but you eat something that is wrong, and then you go back to poor health. Then you improve and get the neutral health again and go improving again. So it's just for understanding that we are not static. Okay? We're always on movement. We are always doing our activities. And in that order, we can say how we are going on. That's all.
Okay, I couldn't read well what it says in the description of poor health. It says symptoms, drug, therapy, surgery, losing. I think I get the impression that there are some commas missing, and that's why I didn't understand the description.
Yes,
Are there any
it's
commas?
they are just free ideas. It needed commas, many grammatical points to take in consideration.
Okay, so maybe it would be drug therapy, surgery. That's another one. Losing normal function. Maybe three ideas.
Yes, 3 ideas in that point.
Drug therapy, surgery, and losing normal function.
Yes.
Okay, teacher.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me stop sharing. Time's up. Let me send you the poll to take your attendance, okay?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, perfect, Franklin. So let's go working. And if there's any question, please let me know, okay? By WhatsApp, and that's okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Franklin, and see you tomorrow during the theoretical class, okay?
Bye-bye. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye. Hi, Amy, how are you?
Hi, teacher, fine, thanks. You? How are you today?
Well, fine. It's a very hard day, but we are here. We have to go ahead. Okay,
so how do we start? I start asking questions or you do?
Okay, please let me ask you something at the beginning. Are you a medical student, general practitioner, a specialist?
Well, I just finished my internship and working my monography for my graduation.
Okay, so you are just in a step to finish the medical school,
Yeah,
and then you are almost for just a small step, a colleague. So
yeah,
let's work in that way, okay? So perfect. In that order, did you check all the slides from yesterday?
yeah. I check it.
Perfect. Please tell me all the questions you have, and from that point, we can work on this, okay?
Well, basically, all my questions are between the difference of some words. The first one is I don't really get the difference between being healthy and being fit. I mean, in the slides, it's like being healthy, you can resist a disease, and being fit is you strong and well. I mean, it's like being fit is like a healthier person, or
Yes, okay. Can you watch my screen, right? I'm sharing a specific slides.
Mhm.
Well, we have our blue bag. This guy is showing us that this idea is very important because when you are not ill, you have these 5 ways of answering. And patients usually say healthy or say well or very well. They are the most common ones. They consider fit when you, for example, go to the gym, you have muscle, you have that strength way, that strength looking. That's why you are considered fit, healthy without a sickness, without a disease, without an illness.
Mhm.
That's the only difference. When you are well, you are
It's
good.
like
There's no illness. There's
it
nothing
is
wrong with you at the
like
moment.
the score you in some slide, like the score like disease, poor health, neutral.
Okay, when we go to this, they are just like synonyms. When you are ill, when something is going wrong, you can use any one of these ways of talking. There is no trouble. It's your choice which one. The most common ones are unwell, or not well, or not very well. The rest are not very common. Unfit, well experienced. I heard this way of talking when you are chubby, for example.
Right.
And that's the only difference I get. In poor health, for example, if you are too slim, if you are without muscles, maybe there you are in poor health because something is not going good. Well, for example, in tuberculosis, you lose weight a lot, right? Or in diabetes. In that way, you can say you are in poor health because you are losing your muscle mass.
All right, I get it.
Okay.
And the other difference I don't really understand is I get that sickness is like the symptoms, but illness and disease. Disease is like, for example, diabetes, but illness, what is for?
Okay, let's go for this. Sickness could be a symptoms, for example, a common cold, a common flu. You don't make an appointment to the doctor to get this diagnosis, right? So you just take a hot tea, take a rest, maybe a paracetamol, and that's enough, right? Because you know that it's going to pass away in a few days and everything's going to be okay. With a sickness, no treatment is needed and everything's going to be right. You can work, you can make your daily life without any trouble, just with some uncomfortable situations maybe. But that's not a situation that can make your life in risk. With an illness, for example, a gastroenteritis, that's very clear. You get fever, abdominal pain, and diarrhea, right? You're not going to wait at home for a week with a diarrhea, with fever and pain. You're going to look for an appointment. You're going to look for a treatment, maybe with antibiotics, some fluids, some liquids, I don't know, depending on the situation. And to catch the infection, the diagnosis, you need lab tests, right? You need to get in contact, to get in touch with the doctor and get into the situation for choosing the best treatment in your specific case, right? In a gastroenteritis, you use antibiotics and fluids. In that order, to complete the treatment, you get a solution, you get recovered, and there is no consequence. You can go to your daily life without any trouble. An illness is an acute process. It has a cure, right? About a disease, it's a chronic situation. It's when you don't have a cure. Something is wrong in your body function. What it means, the physiological process is failing. For example, in diabetes, we know that insulin is not working, right? We know that there is a disturbances in the pancreas, and then insulin is not for us. So we need medication to control the glucose levels in blood. In that way, if you leave your medication, you are deteriorating your situation. You are getting consequences that are worse, right? A disease, a chronic situation, there is no cure. You need the opinion of a specialist, from an expert, to choose the treatment, and then you cannot leave the treatment. The situation is not going to pass away. You have to continue the rest of your life, and all of your psychological, your environment is changing because there is a new way of living. Right?
Okay. Right.
Now it's clear?
Yeah. Clear
Okay,
now.
so let me ask you, talking about COVID-19, is an illness or a disease?
Illness.
An illness. At the first moment, it's an illness because we know that it's a virus that passes away, right?
Right.
But what happens if you get consequences from COVID-19? For example, high BP, high blood pressure. The high blood pressure is the disease and becomes
disease.
as a consequence of the illness, right? We have to catch that difference. What
Yeah.
about tuberculosis? Is an illness or a disease? The pulmonary tuberculosis.
I think it will be a disease because we live with that, but if we're showing symptoms, I will define by I will define like illness.
Yes. Well, actually, pulmonary tuberculosis has a very long treatment, but it has a solution according to the situation, right? Sometimes you get without consequences, and that's an illness. But if you get with consequences, for example, pulmonary fibrosis, you get as a disease. Or for example, if you get tuberculosis in skin or bones, it's an illness or a disease?
A disease.
A disease, right? Because you're getting consequences from the beginning. No matter if you finish the treatment, the consequences are going to stay the rest of your life. That's why we have to get in context with the situation, and according how it ends, you decide if it's an illness or if it's a disease, right?
Right.
Now I think it's clear, right?
You're right. Right. It's clear now.
Right. Any other question?
Yeah. In next, there are I don't get the difference between by saying he's recovering or saying he's getting better. Is like the popular way to say it, or I can say that way in with my other.
Okay, you have when using the verb get, you have the chance to construct your phrasal verb, right? It's the same to use to say, for example, get over is the same to use recover. My patient had gastroenteritis. and get over the situation. My patient had gastroenteritis and recovered from the situation. That's the same. They are just synonyms for combining words. Some doctors, well, while talking to colleagues, maybe you can use these terms, or maybe to patients that can understand you. These terms are appropriated. But while talking to another kind of people, maybe different from your educational level, you can use these other expressions because they have to catch the meaning. So in that way, that's the same which one you use. There is no trouble. It depends on you, okay?
Okay. And the next question is about part of the body. When should we use the Latin way or word, and when the medical term? I mean, I understand that the popular word is for the patients, but what about the other two ways? When we use the Latin one and when we use the medical term?
Okay, the Latin one, the Latin term is following the medical history, I mean. It's, well, by experience, I tell you, you can find some professors, all doctors, the oldies that like to use Latin for trying to be elegant or polite while talking, because they consider that we have to respect our roots, our beginnings through the history. Just as a tradition, we can use this kind of terms. It's not the same with young doctors. We decide to use the medical term as a way of communicating between colleagues, I mean. So it's easier for us to use the medical term in young people and the old term, the Latin term with oldies. That could be better. For example, in some articles, you can find in Latin few details. That's just for being polite, could be for being elegant, but you have to be familiar to this. You have to catch the idea for not losing the point while reading. That's the objective of this.
So we use any of them.
Any of them. Yes, any of them. If you feel comfortable talking in Latin, that's perfect. People who study medicine in English, they have to learn the two ways of talking.
All right.
Yeah, for Latin, it's
any
easier.
other that's all. I don't have any other question.
Perfect. So that's clear at this point. This guy, the male, this is a very clear chart because here you have lots of details, lots of descriptions in the three ways of talking. And you can see, for example, from this, pollex or thumb, pollex in Latin or thumb are the same for social English and medical term. That's why there is not an in parenthesis term. So study all of this, check this, because it's important. While reading, you can find ingen or groin. It's the same. For the social English, you usually use groin. So you can see they are mixed. They are indeed our way of talking according to our moment, could be said.
Okay.
Actual moment, right?
Right.
So that could be great. About the medical references we have there, the rest of the body, some of them are in English, some of them are in Latin, few of them are mixing the terms. So let's consider this while reading, and you have to get familiar to this. This first presentation is a general approach, and according to the course, we are going to go system by system talking about it.
Okay.
I prepared all the material considering medical terminology. That's why it's important to consider, okay? But some of them, as I was telling you, are in Latin, with Latin details, I mean.
Okay.
Okay, let me send you the pool to take your attendance, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Perfect, thank you so much. So see you tomorrow in the theoretical class, okay?
Thank you, teacher. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Good night.
Hi, Grace. Can you listen to me?
Hi, teacher. Yes, I can.
Hi, how are you? How was your day? Everything okay?
Yeah, everything is fine. Thanks.
Oh, perfect.
I have problems with my video. I don't know if you prefer that I connected with my phone
Well, it
to.
depends on you. There is no trouble for me.
Oh, okay.
So, did you have enough time to check all the information I sent yesterday?
Yeah, I looked the PowerPoint. I studied the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't see any work, like any homework, sorry.
No, that's not the moment of homework. Homework is going to be sent on Thursday in a different file.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, because homework every week, I send homework considering the presentation, the 2 presentations on the theoretical classes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, that's great. In that order, let me ask you something. Are you a general practitioner, a specialist, med student?
I'm a general practitioner.
Perfect. At this point, are you working?
Yeah, I'm working. I told you yesterday that I work 24-hour shift
Yes.
once or twice a week.
Yes, you told me, cierto, yes. Please, as soon as you get your schedule, your roll of shifts, please let me know the days you are on shift, okay?
Yeah, I work every 4 days. So I'm going to work tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow you're going to be absent.
Yeah, I will try to speak with my boss and tell him that I have a class. So if he let me to join my class or to stop working for 1 hour, I could stay. But if he told me that I couldn't, or if the work, if there are a lot of patients tomorrow, I couldn't stay.
Okay, perfect. Don't worry. Please, well, we are going to start at 8 and finish at night, just 1 hour. The theoretical classes have this objective, okay?
Yeah, but I live in Nicaragua, so it's a different time. But yes, I know it's 1 hour.
Yes, it's just 1 hour. So well, let's try to make our best in that way, okay?
Okay.
About workshops, yeah, that's the best moment for checking, for talking together, and then try not to miss this, just 15 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So let me share the screen to the presentation we had yesterday, okay? And please let me know your questions, if there is any question.
For the presentation, I don't have any question.
Okay, everything is clear at this point.
Yeah, everything is clear.
Perfect. In that way, about these differences between illness, disease, and sickness, let me ask you something. If we get with COVID-19, is that an illness, sickness, or disease?
An illness, sickness.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that an
Illness.
illness, right? And
Yeah.
if you get consequences from COVID, what happened to this?
That will be a disease.
Just the consequences, right? No, the COVID as a fact. Perfect. What about tuberculosis, pulmonary tuberculosis? It's an illness or a disease?
A disease.
A pulmonary tuberculosis.
Yeah, I think it's a disease.
Okay, but you have a treatment. Long treatment, of course, could take years, of course, but it has a cure, sometimes with consequences, sometimes without consequences. It depends on the situation.
Okay. So if you have a cancer, it's an illness because you have a cure. Is that?
A cancer goes to remission. If you go to remission, there is not a cure.
Okay.
It's a disease. Cancer actually is a disease.
Okay. And
For
if you
example,
have, sorry,
yes.
sorry to
No,
interrupt you.
Let me know. Let me know. I'm here for listening to you.
And if you have a syndrome,
Yeah.
is
For example.
for example, I don't know, trisomy 21, is
Yeah.
that a disease, right? Or
Mhm. Oh, well, syndrome like Down syndrome, the one you said, it's a condition. It's a
oh,
genetic condition. It's not, it depends. If you have cardiovascular situations from that condition, the cardiovascular situations are the disease, not the condition.
okay. I think
If you have autism,
uh-huh.
is that illness, disease? Of course not a sickness.
I think it's a disease because
But
it-
autism has no treatment. It's a condition too.
it's a condition.
Yes, it's different when you have a disability, a condition, when you have a disease, because it depends on the treatment and how it begins. Usually with diseases like cancer, you have a trigger, right? You have a situation that started the cancer. You don't born with cancer at the moment, but you born with Down syndrome and you born with autism.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And
So
if
yeah,
if we're talking about remission, when you have HIV, it's a disease, right? Because you can enter into a remission
yes,
because HIV has no cure.
yes.
Okay.
HIV has no cure at this point. They are under development, under studies. There is not done at the moment. In the order you get in remission, you are not in contagious phases, but you are sleeping with the situation, could be said.
Okay.
If you lose control about your habits, you take out your medication, you relapse, and the situation starts again.
Okay.
Okay, is that clear now? Maybe another question.
When we talk about herpes simple,
Yes, it's a disease.
it's a disease. Okay.
Yes, there is no cure. We can control the brotes. I'm not the spreads. Spread is the word. We can control the spreads with medication, right? About 7 to 10 days, maybe. But it gets in remission. Again, your white blood cells goes low in low levels, and you relapse with the situation again, right?
Right.
That's why it's a disease.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Perfect. It's clear now. So
Yeah.
oh, perfect. That's great.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's clear now, and I think like I don't know. For example, if you have a automobilistic collision, that
Yes.
would be an illness in that moment, and then if you have some like I don't know how to say it, like things like if you get, for example, a broken leg, but then you can walk, or a spinal
spinal injury could be said.
Injury that convert that illness into a disease, right?
Yes, the car crash, the car accident, as a fact, it's an illness.
Okay.
Because it's a moment that it's going to pass away. It's not, you're not going to stay in car crash all the time. So it's an illness.
Okay.
According to the consequences, you can see if the consequences are illness or are diseases.
Okay.
For example, if you get handicapped, you get disability, right?
Sorry, I didn't listen. What?
Okay, if from the car crash, for example, you get handicapped because the accident was awful and you lose an arm. At the beginning, well, you are in disability. You get in trouble and you become at the first moment in an illness, but you have to oblige yourself, I think, to go again to your almost normal life and then become into a disease or a new condition.
Okay.
It's a new condition because at the moment you lose an arm, there is no extremity, no limb, but you don't have to take a treatment the rest of your life. You get in disability, but not a disease. It's not a definition, right?
Yeah, ill condition. Okay.
Yes, it's a new condition, a disability, and that's enough. If there is no medication for the rest of your life, there is no disease.
Okay. Perfect.
Or, for example, if you get the same in the car crash and you hit your head, and then you start with epilepsy because of the accident. That is a disease because you need medication the rest of your life to control the crisis, right?
Right, yeah.
So I think, well, the origin of the situation is the car crash, but the consequences are different, right?
Yeah, right. I got it.
Perfect. Is that clear now? Any other question maybe?
No, I'm clear. I'm very clear.
Perfect. So let me stop sharing and send you the pool, okay?
Okay, thank you.
It's for taking attendance and perfect. Can you watch the pool?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you so much. So
Thank you.
tomorrow, the theoretical class, and please let me know if that's possible for you to get into or taking in account to justify your absence, okay?
Okay, I will try, but if I can't, you already know that I'm working tomorrow.
Yes, don't worry about it. I'm going to take it in account.
Okay, thank you, teacher. Have a good night.
Have a good night too. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Well, I hope I can see you tomorrow.
I hope
I'll see you Thursday, okay?
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hi, Maria. How are you?
Hi, teacher. Good night.
Good night. Is everything?
I'm Virginia Lopez.
I'm sorry, I couldn't listen to you very well. Can you repeat, please?
I'm sorry. I'm Virginia Lopez.
Okay.
Yes. Yesterday I changed the name in some meetings, but it is also being saying Maria Hablando.
So don't worry. I have in the list your first last name, yeah, Lopez Blandón Virginia Maria, right?
Yes.
So that's okay. That's great. Yeah, that's clear. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry. That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
In the way you feel better, I don't know. There's no trouble for me about the name you filled down. Now I catch the idea that
Yes, the problem is that is the name of my mother, Maria Blandón.
Ah, okay.
Maria Virginia Maria Lopez Blandón.
Ah, okay, perfect. Don't worry. How do you prefer I call you, Virginia or Maria?
Virginia, please.
Okay, Virginia, I'm going to talk in that way. That's better. If you feel better, that's perfect for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please let me know, are you a general practitioner, specialist, med student?
Excuse me?
At this point, I'm asking everybody if you are a doctor, a general practitioner, or maybe a medical student, or if you have a specialty.
Teacher, I don't know how if it's any difference about it because I'm going to this year I'm going to the hospital, but as an internship. I don't
Okay,
know
perfect.
I
Okay,
don't
you're in
know
the last year.
how does it the last year, the
Wow,
7th
so
year. So we don't have a title.
no,
right
don't
now.
worry. In order I know you are an intern, I can talk to you as a doctor because you have almost all the knowledge about it. Don't worry, that's okay.
Okay.
In that
That
way,
is only the practice that we are going to.
yes, you really need practice and try to do as much as you can. That's the best example, the best advice I can give to you.
Okay, thank you. And teacher, you're a doctor, right?
Yes, I'm a general practitioner focused on emergency medicine. All my career, I've been working on emergency.
Oh, and you also do an internship during
Yes,
your career.
yes, 12 years ago, but I did it. I
Oh,
was professor of interns.
mhm. And it is 1 year?
Yes, in Cuba, we make it in 1 year, full year, of course. And while coming back to Bolivia, I had to make it 18 months more. So I
Oh,
had too much time to become an intern.
yes, too much time.
Yes, but that's great. That's a good moment, I think.
Yes, I suppose because when one loves the career, there is only time to learn.
Yes, when you finish the career and you have your legal signature, all the responsibilities are for you. So you have to be very brave on this.
That's hard, I suppose.
Yes, but don't worry, you're going to focus in an area when you finish and it becomes better because you only go to the place you like to be. While being a student, you have to go. You don't have the chance to choose, right?
No,
Yeah, so
we have to be everywhere.
yes, you have to be on service and no matter what happens, you have to stay and continue. That's the worst situation, I think, for students, but when you become a doctor, when you get all the terms you need, that's all, that's enough. You can focus and make your best in the area you choose, right?
Yes, that's the best part.
Yes, don't worry, everything is going to be okay. And during internship, you're going to see certainly, like making practice, which part is the best for you in order you like it. I tell you by experience, my first option always was internal medicine. And according to that, here in Bolivia, I decided to take emergency medicine because, well, here we need emergencies.
No. So
Yeah.
that's the part that you like the most.
Yes, that's the place where I feel better. In the emergency room and the intensive care unit, both of them. So all my career since I finished the med school, I've been working in that areas and I like it. I don't know why.
I suppose that it has to be with the adrenaline.
Yes, could be. Or maybe I'm hyperactive. I think that's the answer. I'm hyperactive. I need to be in movement all the time. If I'm not moving, I get crazy. I run mad.
Oh, I understand. That's great.
Yeah. Just situations to solve, but patience. In that way, you are an internship. And well, let me tell you this and be clear on this fact. During this course, I ask you for lots of homework. I ask you for studying a lot. If there's any situation when you have to study for the university, please let me know to take it in count, okay? Because university has to be the priority now.
Okay, thank you. I will let you know because we start the internship in 2 weeks.
Okay, it's so soon. You are going to get on shifts too, I think. According to that, let me know when you are not attending the classes or the workshops for taking it in count, okay? And justifying why you are not attending.
Okay, thank you. I will let you know.
Okay, perfect. According to that information, did you have enough time to check the slides I sent yesterday?
Yes, I have it.
Perfect. Is there any question? Yes, let's talk about it. Let's start from you.
Okay. Yes, I have some questions. When I was reading that, the first one is about that topic, illness versus disease versus sickness. And
Perfect.
my question is, how can I differentiate when a patient comes to my consulting room and they say things about feeling sick or feeling illness? I mean, here in Nicaragua, I'm from Nicaragua, maybe some people come and they, as they don't know many things about medical terms or other, so they say or they confuse about illness or sickness. So as a medical vocabulary in English, I ask you if there is a way or a tip to differentiate about them.
Okay, actually, it just depends on the context you are talking about. Let's start with this definition, with this idea that has to be clear. When you talk about illness, sickness, and disease, you have to consider that it's for you as a doctor to catch the differences and know how to classify your patients, how to classify the situation. For example, when you go with sickness, a good example is a common flu. Do you go to the hospital when you get a common flu?
No.
No, right? You stay at home, take hot tea, maybe some aspirin or paracetamol, and that's enough, right?
Yes.
Some painkillers, and that's it. It passes away by itself in around 1 week, right?
Yes.
That sickness is not setting your life in risk. There is no reason to be afraid or to be scared because something is going especially wrong, because we know that it's going to pass away and everything is going to be great.
Okay.
About the illness, a good example could be, for example, a gastroenteritis. You start with diarrhea, fever, and abdominal pain, right?
Yes.
If you catch these symptoms, these situations, of course, you are going to feel bad and you're going to look for help. You're going to make an appointment with your doctor or maybe go to the emergency room, right?
Yes.
According to that, you receive the evaluation, then you make lab tests, some studies to confirm that you are with an infection. You start with your treatment, maybe some fluids and antibiotics, right?
Yes.
We have the idea that in an illness, we have to be clear on this. This is a short process. It's an acute process that lasts around maybe 1-2 weeks, no more, because with the treatment, you get a solution, you get a cure.
Okay.
Right? When you get the cure in an illness, there are no consequences. You can go back to your daily activities without any trouble, and everything is going fine. The situation is solved, completely solved, right?
Yes.
On the other hand, we have the disease. The disease is that chronic situation, could be said, when something in your body is wrong, something is not working properly, physiological processes are failing, I mean, right? For example, in diabetes, we know that insulin is not available for us, right?
Mhm.
Because pancreas has a disturbance, has a problem, and we don't have the capability to receive insulin, right? By the one we produce, right?
Yes.
In that order, diabetes becomes a disease because you need medication to control your glucose blood levels, right?
Yes.
So in that way, if you leave your medication, you get worse, right? You get with consequences, and everything is going wrong and wrong and wrong through the time. And you have physical consequences, physiological and psychological consequences. And that's why you need the opinion of an expert, of a specialist, to choose and to get the correct treatment, right? Hi, Virginia.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't listen to you.
Ah.
So if you
Sorry, there is too much noise here.
yes, with the disease, there is no cure, no solution for the situation. And you have to take medication the rest of your life.
Okay.
Right?
I
It's
didn't
not-
know the difference about that illness is acute and disease chronic.
Yes. In English, they have this way of definition, could be said, the way they divide these definitions for practical situations while talking. For example, if I tell you that I got a rheumatism, is that an illness or a disease? Arthritis
Yeah.
rheumatoid.
Sorry, what you say a drama?
I'm sorry?
Do you ask me about if you say the word?
Arthritis.
Sorry.
Okay, the arthritis rheumatoidea.
Oh, okay.
Is that
It's
an illness or a disease?
a disease.
Of course, right? Because there is no cure, and without pills, everything goes wrong. That's the practical way of dividing the situations and classifying patients. Patients can call everything a sickness, but now you know that sickness, it's a non-risky situation, right?
Yes. There's the perception of the patient.
Yes, that's very important to take in count. Okay, Virginia, let me send you the pool in order to take your attendance, okay?
Okay.
Okay, if there are more questions, please send them by WhatsApp, and then I'm going to ask to answer you, okay?
Okay, I will send you because I had another questions.
Yes, write down to my WhatsApp, and then we can solve this 15 minutes. It's not enough to do it.
Okay, thank you, teacher. Good night.
Good night, you're welcome. See you tomorrow.
See you. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Good night, Hazel.
Good night, teacher.
How are you? You were with camera, now you're turning it off.
Okay, my camera's it's turned off.
Just a few minutes for recording the video, and that's enough. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so let me know, Hazel, are you a student, general practitioner, specialist?
No, I graduated 2 years ago.
Oh, perfect.
Oh,
So
3
you
years
are
ago.
Oh, perfect. That's great. So you had a little bit of experience, I think.
Yeah, I worked in a private and a public hospital.
So perfect. That's great. At this point, are you working?
Yeah, I'm working in a public hospital.
Okay, perfect. About shifts or just in consultation?
No, shift.
Okay, your shifts making trouble when, well, about the course maybe, or taking account for attendance?
It's each 5 days.
Okay.
So I have time.
Okay, if there's any situation when you cannot attend, please let me know via message in WhatsApp, okay? To take in
Okay.
count that you are working.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. In that order, now, yeah, you told me you have time. Did you check all the slides I sent?
Yes, I checked the slides.
Yeah, perfect. Let's start with your questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay, please let me know. Can you watch my screen?
Yeah, I watch your screen.
Okay, perfect. Listen to you. Send me all your questions.
The questions.
Yes, do you have a doubt, something you would like to check again? Maybe something is not clear, a definition? Because
Yes.
if there are no questions, I'm gonna ask you.
I think that maybe I need an example about the difference between this slide exactly, illness, disease, and sickness.
Perfect.
Because I don't know for when they use this slide, these words. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when we use these situations, right?
Yes.
Well, we have to be clear on this. Sickness, for example, a common flu. Do you make an appointment with the doctor when you get a common flu?
Yes.
Yes, you go for a common flu and the doctor tells you, no trouble, take some hot tea, take some painkillers and rest, right? There is no risk in your life.
Okay.
So you know that this process is going to pass away in 1 week around, maybe 2 if it's strong, but there is no way to be in risk, right? So it's a situation when usually without antibiotics, without complicated treatment, without lots of medication, get a solution by itself. I mean, the body can fight against, and then you can solve the solution. Well, you can find the solution without any trouble, right?
Okay.
Of course, you feel muscle pain. Of course, you feel bad. There are some uncomfortable situations, but there are not too much troubles for solving this. About illness, a good example is a gastroenteritis. For example, you start with fever, abdominal pain, and diarrhea, right? You don't stay at home. You don't stay at home just waiting for a solution. You make an appointment or maybe go to the emergency room and you are evaluated by a doctor, and that doctor asks for lab tests and, well, starts with treatment with fluids maybe, and according to the results, we as doctors decide the treatment you are going to receive. Could be antibiotics, could be some liquids, it depends on the situation, right? Or maybe you are admitted at the hospital, right?
Okay.
In an illness, we have this situation. It's an acute process. It's by a short period of time, usually no more than 14 days, right? You receive you receive your medication. 14 days is just an example because treatments could be longer, but you receive your treatment, your medication, you recover completely, and there are no consequences, right?
Right. Okay, so no
The
consequences in illness.
Yes, illness has a solution.
Okay, okay.
Could be called an acute process, okay?
Okay.
On the other hand, we have the disease. The disease is telling us that something is wrong in our body, but the body function is failing. I mean, physiological processes are failing, something is wrong, and there is no solution for this, right? A good example for this is diabetes, for example, could be, because you know that something is wrong in pancreas, something is wrong with insulin, and your body is not receiving that hormone, right?
Okay, okay.
In that order, you need medication to control your glucose blood levels, right?
Okay,
if you leave your medication, there are consequences, right?
Right.
So in that way, the idea is clear now?
Yeah, because yes, sickness is something that there's a solution in like flu in home.
Yes.
Illness maybe can be maybe you can go to the hospital, but it's no consequences. It
Yes.
has a solution. And
Yes.
disease, like you said, if you leave your medications, there is a consequences.
Yes, that's great. With the disease, there are consequences that you don't have the chance to solve. You have to live with the consequences the rest of your life, with medication the rest of your life. There is no way to avoid it, because if you do this, you got in remission, you relapse, and that's worst.
Okay, okay. Then it's clear. Thank you, teacher.
Okay, perfect. In that way, now it's easy to understand, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Any other question?
For now, I think that the rest of vocabulary, it's okay.
It's okay, it's clear, right?
Yeah, it's clear.
About this relapse and remission, is that clear?
Yeah, because like the sentences say relapse when gets worse again. Remission, it's a recurrent conditions like such as cancer. Yeah, that's clear.
Okay, so let me ask you about it. About AIDS, HIV virus, right? You get recovered, you get in remission. What's that? What do you think?
About
HIV.
what?
HIV.
HIV. No, it's a remission, I think.
Yes, just a remission, right? Because
Yes.
if you lose control about your medication, habits, or everything, you relapse.
Yes.
What about the Lyme disease? Of course, it's a
Lyme
disease.
disease.
You have the key.
Yeah, that's a disease. That could be a relapsed.
A relapse if you lose control about your medication, right?
Right.
What about tuberculosis? It's just a sickness, disease, or illness. A pulmonary tuberculosis.
It's illness.
It's an illness, the pulmonary tuberculosis, okay? But if there is a consequence like pulmonary fibrosis, is that an illness or a disease?
Can you repeat that, please?
For example, if you get pulmonary tuberculosis, right? You make your treatment, you finish this, but then you cannot breathe properly. The doctor makes some studies and they find that you have pulmonary fibrosis. Is that an illness or a disease?
A disease.
Right. According to that, you have the idea that according to the consequences to the situation, you can stay with the consequence as a disease, but not the first situation, right?
Right.
Few colleagues were asking for about car crash. The car accident is an illness or a disease?
It's a illness.
Yes, it's an illness. The car crash, the moment of the accident, it's an illness. But the consequences, according to the consequences, they can be diseases or they can stay just an illness.
Okay.
For example, during the car crash, you break a leg, right?
Right.
You receive your surgical solution, then you go to physiotherapy, to the physios, and then you recover completely and there is no consequences. You can walk, dance, run, everything by normal. That was an illness, right? Because the treatment was long, but while finishing, you are without consequences.
Okay.
There is not a period of time that's giving us a definition when it's an illness or a disease. It depends on the situation for the rest of your life. If there are consequences that cannot be solved, it's a disease. If there are no consequences, you solve the solution, no matter the time you are on treatment, it's an illness.
Okay. It depends on the consequences.
Yes, according to that, patients that are in the intensive care unit have illness or diseases?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, patients that we receive in the intensive care units are with illness or disease?
It's a disease?
Yes, perfect. It's a disease. Why is a disease?
Because there is consequences that can affect the rest of your life.
Yes, there could be. They get into, or they are admitted in the intensive care unit with diseases because something is wrong in the physiological processes. The physiological processes are failing. Everything is wrong at that moment. And with medication, we can control this. Right? That's why they go into by a disease. But according to the treatment, if they are strong enough and they can stand all of this situation, you can say if you are in an illness or disease. A disease can become an illness because the treatment was effective and everything is under control. That's why it depends on the situation. We cannot be in a close idea.
Okay.
For example, if you go to the intensive care unit with pulmonary syndrome distress, you get medication, you get the mechanical ventilation, right?
Right.
So in that order, you get the treatment and that disease, the arts, that disease is controlled, it's recovering, you get an illness. The illness becomes in treatment, long treatment, and it depends. If you get a consequence like pulmonary fibrosis, something to the breathing function, then it's a disease. It has to be clear, okay?
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
It could sound confusing, but that's the way.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yes, let me send you the pool to take your attendance, okay?
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, can you watch? Oh, yes, perfect. I just received this. So see you tomorrow, dear. Have a good night.
Thank you, teacher. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Hugo. How are you? Oops, you are without microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. My camera is wrong again. Let's try to turn it on, but I hope it works, okay?
Okay, don't worry.
Yes, it's working. It's available
Okay,
now.
now I can see you.
Yes, how are you? You are working at this moment.
Yeah, I'm on a shift right now, but I have time.
Okay,
So,
perfect. That's amazing. That's great. Thank you for your attendance. I know you're making an effort.
thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, in that order, you're a specialist, general practitioner.
No, I just graduate for med school
Okay,
about
perfect.
4 years ago. I'm studying for my residence, I think it says.
Okay,
My
you are
specialty.
preparing, you are into the residence course, or you are just studying for, or you are preparing yourself?
I'm preparing myself for the residence.
Okay, perfect. So you are a general practitioner.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In that way, I'm asking for this because I need to get that information to organize the activities we have through the course, okay?
Okay, there's no problem.
Okay, perfect. In that way, did we have enough time to check the slides I sent yesterday?
Yes, I already checked it.
Perfect. About the details you were checking, because sometimes it's not possible to read in detail. Do you have any question?
Yes, I have a little doubts about the difference between sickness, illness,
And disease, right?
and disease, right? This is my major concern about different to know what difference is each one, right?
Okay, perfect. So can you watch my screen now, right?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, let's go. Let's start with this. Sickness, for example, a good example could be a common cold. When
Okay.
you, in personal opinion, go to get a common cold, do you make an appointment to the doctor?
For generals, no. I'll take medicines. I just take something for the symptoms, I think.
Yes, you control it at home, right?
Yes.
General medication, hot tea, maybe, and that's enough, I think, right?
Something that you can control it at home, maybe?
Yes, actually, it's not just at home. It's something that that the body can control by its own.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
the body makes a good response and there is no consequence about the treatment. Okay?
Okay.
Usually treatment are general medication, painkillers, natural medicine, could be rest, and that's enough. Body can solve the solution without any consequence, without any trouble in a short period of time, right?
All right.
We have the illness that could be compared as an acute situation, could be said. We don't have a period of time that it's exactly to define when an illness begins or lasts, okay? You have to take it in mind, this first idea. In an illness, for example, in a gastroenteritis, you are not going to stay at home if you have fever, diarrhea, and abdominal pain, right?
Okay, no, of course
If
not.
you feel so bad, you make an appointment to go to the emergency room, and then you receive your treatment. According to that treatment, you receive a solution, right?
Okay, now it's more clear, okay?
Now, according to that situation, could be said, you can recover without any consequence. You can take antibiotics, fluid, you can receive fluids, you can take some liquids, it depends on the situation. You get on a cure complete cure without consequences, right?
All
And
right.
you go
Yes.
back to your life, to your routine without any trouble. That's an illness when you get a solution of the situation.
All right.
Right? That's different from a disease. In a disease, you have to live with consequences. You have to consider that it could be called a chronic situation like diabetes, for example.
Okay.
In diabetes,
And
when the physiological process is failing, this dysfunction is for the rest of your life. And you have to take medication to control glucose blood levels, right?
okay, it's more clear now. Just one question. Like, for example, appendicitis, it could be like illness instead of disease, because
it's an illness.
It's an illness, right?
Yes, it's an illness because you receive the treatment, the medication at the hospital, and then go home. You recover, and usually there are no consequences.
Okay. It means like this is like a chronic situation, like high blood pressure, diabetes, like you said, or something like that, right?
Yes,
like
that's
continuous treatment and followed by the physician, right? Something.
Yes.
Okay.
The illness and disease receive treatment from a professional, from the opinion from a doctor.
Now I have a better understanding of that.
Yes, now it's clear, right, Hugo?
Yeah, it's more clear, right? Thanks for that.
Perfect. So let me ask you, COVID-19, it's an illness or a disease?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think it could be an illness because you can get treatment, like you have some trouble. I think you can solve it at home, at your hospital, and go home. But also it can fit into disease because you can have chronic symptoms, like you need oxygen or continuous medication that are no longer at home. You have to go frequently to the doctor to get checked. I think it goes like both ways.
Yes, it's a good point of view. COVID-19, as a fact, just COVID, could be an illness because you need the evaluation of a doctor to decide when you get in a real risk, right? And you need to get in control. You need to take medication to control symptoms because there's no cure for avoiding the virus, right?
Yeah, there's no way.
It becomes a disease when there are consequences like high blood pressure, respiratory distress syndrome, for example. There are diseases because there are consequences in the physiological processes. That's why, depending the situation, according the situation, you decide if you're talking about an illness or a disease.
Okay.
Talking about pulmonary tuberculosis, is that an illness or a disease?
I think it's a disease.
The pulmonary tuberculosis, why a disease?
Primary tuberculosis, you say?
Yes, pulmonary tuberculosis.
Okay, I think it will be. I think.
Don't worry.
Sorry?
Yes, at the beginning it's not so easy to catch these differences, but now we are going to work on this.
Okay. I think that primary, it's an illness per se, I think, because you have respiratory symptoms that requires for the patient to go to the emergency room to take treatment for the primary symptoms, but for the follow of the consequences of the disease, you have to go constantly to the doctor to get checked for another kind of another systems get compromised because of the tuberculosis, I think.
Perfect. According to the consequences you decide if it becomes just as a disease or just as an illness, or it becomes a disease, right?
Yes, of course.
That's important to get in mind and to have a clear idea. if you, for example, get the complete treatment in the tuberculosis, the pulmonary tuberculosis, and there are no consequences, it's just an illness with a long treatment, but it's an illness because there is a solution.
Yes.
But if there are consequences like pulmonary fibrosis or something different like that, but you cannot breathe normally, it becomes a disease.
It becomes a disease. Yeah. All right.
What about the bone tuberculosis? It's an illness or a disease?
No, that's just definitely a disease.
Of course, it's a disease, right?
Yes.
Because from the beginning, you have consequences for the rest of your life, and there's no solution about them, right?
Yeah, that's right. You can control it, but not a cure per se.
Yes,
And there
or
are
maybe you can.
complications.
Yes, maybe you can cure it, but you are going to stay with periods of pain.
Limitations about the movement or and your activities like that.
Yes, everything in your life changes. That's why it becomes a disease. All of your processes, your social behavior, everything goes away. You have to be clear on that.
All right.
What about, let me ask you, yum, yum, yum. What about the Crohn syndrome?
Definitely a disease.
It's
I think
perfect.
it's a disease, but it can be at the start, at the beginning, an illness because of the emergency. You have to go to the doctor. You have to check out. You gotta get treatment. But at the end, you have to. It affects your lifestyle, right?
Yes, that's a fact. That's true. That's why it becomes a disease. Well, it's a disease, and you have consequences for the rest of your life about your diet, your routines, and everything changes, right?
Right. For example, like a head injury that it's not that severe. It can be an illness, right? No
Yes.
consequences, something like that.
Yes. A concussion could be an illness because it usually has a solution without consequences.
Right.
That's why that's perfect. You catch the idea now, right?
Yeah, I get it. I get it now. It's more clear now. Thanks for that.
It's just in practice we are going to catch if they are illness and diseases through the model 1, and that's nice. That's a good way of working, I think.
Yeah, thank you. It's more clear right now.
Okay, perfect. Going ahead, do you have more questions?
Let's see. You in the class yesterday you say about the terms about the parts of body that some people another colleagues use terms in Latin and others in English, but there's some guide say this is good to say about in English on Latin, or we can say it both ways, or is there something in the middle like that?
It depends on the situation. For example, I tell you by experience, if you talk to an old doctor, to a professor, a very experienced one, because they feel comfortable, they talk with Latin terms because they consider it elegant and respectful to the medical history.
Yes, I noticed that in my career, the very old ones, colleagues, they love Latin. So I was asking if in English it's kind of the same.
Yes, in English is the same. In English is common because they consider it a polite way of talking, a very elegant way of doing this. There is not a specific way. You could see with young colleagues, we have the chance to talk with with medical terms just, or maybe social English without any trouble, because we are not used to do it everything in Latin, but they consider that it's respectful for history, and well, that's their choice.
Yeah, yeah. Some instructors they only have a name in Latin sometimes, or they say it's only in Latin. It's valid, but that's okay.
Yes, it's just according to the context, you decide if that's okay, Latin, medical term, or of course with your patients, the social English, the common term, okay? That's not a specific rule. It goes according to your experience.
Okay, very nice. Thanks for clearing my doubts. I appreciate it.
Oh, don't worry. I sent you the poll for taking attendance. Can you watch it?
Yes, the quest, I think. How is it?
Yes, the diary poll. There are 3 questions.
Exactly. Okay, yes, I can see it. I am checking it now.
Okay, perfect. It's for taking attendance, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Okay, you're welcome. Go. Have a good shift and see you
Thank
tomorrow
you.
in medical class,
Okay, see you
okay?
tomorrow. Thanks for everything. Nice to meet
Okay,
you.
if
Okay.
there are more questions, send me a message because 15 minutes is not enough.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, Hugo. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Hi, Nelson. Good night.
Hi. Good night,
Hi, I'm
doctor.
sorry. I took 2 minutes from your time. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, don't worry. Hey, how about you?
Well, it's a hard day, but we are here.
Nice.
Strong and going ahead. Yeah, we have to work on this.
Work. It's a lot, doctor. Work.
Yes. Well, Nelson, let me know about you. Are you a med student, general practitioner, specialist?
Yeah, I finished right now. The last year is my ultimate year. I in El Salvador. I have a year for medical school.
Okay, so you finished, you're almost a general practitioner, I mean.
Yeah, I general right now.
Oh, perfect, new colleague. Welcome to the real world.
Thank you so much.
No, that's great. And that's a good moment to take this course because you're going to open mind and decide which branch could be helpful for you, I mean.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so to take to the exams to going to Canada and realize to a lot of exams and to have a specific
The specialty.
specialty. Yeah, right.
Yes, in Canada you need lots of tests and then the English level has to be higher.
Yeah, a lot too high.
It's similar to the American program of becoming a specialist.
Yeah, it's the same. It's similar. And in the US, maybe have 4 exams. In Canada, only 2.
Okay, it's better in Canada. So what about the time? How many years you are expecting for your test in Canada?
I don't know, maybe in the 2 years also, maybe.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's a good point. In USA, according to the process, you are around in 2 years by evaluations, theoretical and practical evaluations. It's harder, I think.
I have made maybe to the practice, to the evaluation, to maybe not knowing the to write test, maybe in the practice you have in front to the doctors and you have the patient and to the asking everything everything.
Yes, but that's great. That's a good point, as I was telling you, the career. And now you have a little bit of time, free time, I think. So this course takes too much time, I think, in my opinion, because there's a lot of information to review and to practice and memorize, of course. In that order, did you have time to check the slides I sent yesterday?
Yeah, the PowerPoint, right?
Yes, the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, perfect. Do you have any question about it?
No questions. Maybe to the pronunciation, but I can practice this and the pronunciation, and that's it.
Okay, perfect. We can
or maybe
practice this if we prepare that.
Yeah, maybe to the difference on difference. I don't know, maybe into the body parts in the. Maybe I can hard to pronunciation. Maybe the.
Let's work on pronunciation if you prefer that. That's okay for me.
Okay, it's a brachial or brachial to the.
Do you have the number of the slide for going faster?
13.
13?
Yeah, or 40. I don't know. Yeah.
This one could be.
Yeah, maybe on the arm. Arm is the medical.
Brachium. This.
Yeah.
Yes. The brachium words are in Latin. And Latin use the vowels completely.
in the English is brachial. Brachial.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's brachial or arm.
Brachial or arm. Okay.
Yeah. For example, give me another question about pronunciation here.
Let's see. Or the digitals is phalanges.
Yes, phalanges
Phalanges. Okay.
or phalangeal. It depends.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. And maybe in the first, in the difference in between in sickness and disease is maybe is the sickness is the stakes of the patients where you have the allergics or something of that like that, and disease, I don't know, maybe is the specific, you have the psychological or physiopathologic, right?
Okay. Let's work with example, okay?
Okay.
For example, in sickness, you have a common flu. Do you make an appointment to the doctor if you get a common flu? Do you go to the doctor, receive treatment? Do you go to the doctor?
No. No.
No, right? Because it has a solution.
You need to rest and sleeping right now. That's it.
Yes, while resting, you get your solution and there's no trouble.
Okay. And disease, you need to the doctor. You need to go to the doctor.
Yes. For example,
for example, I know maybe the disease is the cancer or salmonella or Ebola or I don't know. No.
Okay, let me organize. Well, with the sickness, it's clear the situation. You got a common flu, you don't go to the doctor, right?
Okay, right.
With the illness, it's an infection, could be said, like a gastroenteritis. It's a good example that because you got fever, diarrhea, and abdominal pain, right?
Yeah, right.
You don't stay at home just expecting what's going on. You look for help. You go to the emergency room maybe, or you make an appointment with your doctor. And then, according to the situation, the doctor asks you for lab tests, right?
Right.
According to lab tests, the doctor defines that you get into an infection and starts treatment with antibiotics, fluids, painkillers, I don't know, the medication the doctor considers is necessary, right?
Right.
When you finish the medication, you recover and everything is okay without any consequence, right?
Right.
And you can go back to your daily life without any trouble. Okay?
Yeah.
So
right.
In an illness, you have a cure. There is an acute situation. With treatment, you have a solution and there are no consequences. That's the importance to catch the idea what the illness is, okay?
Okay.
A disease, on the other hand, it's a situation when you have to live with consequences. You have to live with the treatment. You don't have a cure, you don't have a solution. You just have a situation to control.
Okay.
For example, diabetes, it's a good example of this. We know that the physiological process of insulin is wrong. It's not working for the diabetic patient, right?
Yeah, right.
And you have to take pills in order to control your glucose blood levels all the time, right?
Yeah.
You have to take medication. Could be shots, could be pills, it depends. And if you leave the medication, there is a worse situation because there are consequences that maybe cannot be fixed, right?
Right.
In that way, this disease has no cure, needs the opinion from a specialist or an expert on this situation, And you have to understand that your physiological process is not going to recover. It's going to be on remission maybe, but not on recover.
Yeah.
In that order, you have to be so clear that all in your change in your life is changing, right?
Yeah, right.
Now it's clear the idea?
Yeah, yes. Okay.
Perfect. In that order, let's consider these definitions because they are very useful.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. COVID-19 is an illness or a disease or a sickness?
COVID-19.
Yeah, COVID-19. Illness, disease, or sickness. Which one goes for you?
It depends. It depends. It's the sickness and illness because it's the illness, but you have the different symptoms, and you have the fever or headache or another symptom. But maybe you can be in the 1 or 2 week. You're fine. You're recovery.
Okay, that's great. It could be an illness because you receive medication to control the symptoms, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
COVID-19, it's not as a disease because it can lead you with consequences like high blood pressure, high BP, right?
Yeah, right.
But the high BP is the disease, not the COVID, right?
Yeah, right.
On the other hand, what about pulmonary tuberculosis? Is that an illness or a disease?
Pulmonary tuberculosis.
Yes, considering it has a treatment, long treatment, of course.
Yeah, it's that maybe a disease, but you have a consequence after consequence.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a disease, actually, if you get inconsequences, for example, pulmonary tuberculosis or respiratory distress syndrome could be a disease. But if there are no consequences, your pulmonary function recovers, it's an illness. It depends on the situation.
It depends, yeah, right.
On the other hand, let me see. Tuberculosis on skin or in bones, illness or disease?
Disease?
Of course, it's a disease. Because no matter what you take or your treatment, how long is that? Consequences are from the beginning. Chronic pain, disabilities, capabilities, right?
Yeah, right.
And then you have to be clear. It's according to the context you are talking about. You choose if there is an illness or a disease, because a sickness is clear, something that can be solved by the body by its own without any consequence, right?
Yeah, right.
Now it's clear the idea?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. So according to that, is there any other question maybe?
No other question.
Perfect. If there while checking you see that there are more questions, send me a message by WhatsApp, okay? In that way we can work on this because 15 minutes is not enough.
Yes, yeah, right. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. Can you watch the pool?
Yeah.
Perfect. The pool is for attendance, so keep on reading and tomorrow we can meet on the theoretical class, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay, good night. Have a nice night. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Leticia.
Hi.
Hi. Please let me know, how can I pronounce your name?
Okay, it's Ledixa.
Ledixa. Okay, perfect.
Ledixa, yeah.
Ledixa, I'm going to take it. The first time I see this name, it's nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
And I think it's the one and only time you're gonna see it in here, unless it came a child that I named Ledixa too, but it's unique.
Yes, unique, of course. There is no copy. You are the original and the unique one, the only one. Well, Dixa, let me know about you. Are you a general practitioner, med student, a specialist?
I'm like in between a general practitioner student because I finished university last year, but this year I'm going to start like the the medical internship that is a year in a hospital, but I don't have my
Okay,
degree yet. So it's like
so you are
I'm still
waiting
a
for,
student.
yeah, you are waiting for your internship.
Yeah,
You are
that's
almost ready for leaving the oven.
yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
So
That's a good
I'm
moment, a
in
good
between.
point to take this course. When
Yeah.
you start your internship,
I think we're starting the first week of April
of April,
or
okay.
in the March 27th, because we have
Oh,
like a week we connect with with the old ones internships, so
wow.
they can teach you, yeah, you know, like
Of
how
course,
things
they
work.
give you the tips for working, right?
Yeah.
Okay, as soon as you get your schedule, please let me know because I know you're going to get into shifts.
Yeah.
And according shifts and the amounts of job, we have to be clear on this. This course takes you a lot of time for reading, for practicing. And well, if there is any trouble, please let me know, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So don't worry, we can work on this. We had lots of interns, active interns, or maybe in the same process like you, and they finished everything without any trouble. So let's go ahead, making our best, okay?
Yeah. I will work it. I'll make it work.
Yes, it's now your moment, it's your time.
Yeah.
According to that, did you check the slides I sent yesterday?
Yeah, I do.
Perfect. Do you have any specific question about it?
Well, while I was studying, like the difficulties I have is maybe in some pronunciations of some words.
Perfect.
I'm right here, like well now, like, because I'm listening in the Google Translator, like deteriorating. Is
Okay, deteriorating.
Yeah,
This one.
deteriorating. Yeah,
Yeah,
is that correct?
deteriorating.
Why I'm pronouncing?
That's great. That's good pronunciation.
And the other one is, I think, is the most difficult because I repeat it and repeat it. Is, I don't know if it's like coastal cartilage. How do you pronounce that? The cartilage. I don't know.
Can you tell me the slide is on that?
It's in the when we the cavities, thoracic cavity.
Okay. And okay, here I need
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one.
and that one. Yeah, the one down, the one coastal card.
Ah, this one. Coastal. This one,
Yeah,
coastal cartilage.
yeah, cartilage.
Yes, cartilage.
Cartilage. Okay, like cartilage. Yeah, the other one that like feces. Feces is it's okay.
Feces, it's okay.
Yeah, okay, and then that's one. Yeah, and the other one, well, the other part was in the like that you discussed with the previous guy, like the difference between illness, disease, and sickness.
Yes,
I think I get it. I think I get it, but I think we all get like in trouble in that because in here in Nicaragua, people are general. Yeah, you know, they tell you I'm sick, and we get it.
Yes, I
And we
think
get
in
it
the
that
Spanish we have the same, and all Latin Americans have the same definition. Because we
yeah,
said I'm sick or I'm well, and that's enough. But in
yeah,
English,
we know.
not enough. They make a mess with everything.
Yeah.
And in that way, illness, disease, and sickness are just definitions for classifying patients and understanding the processes we are talking about. Okay, let me know, what do you understand about these terms?
Okay, I understand what start with sickness. I understand something like it can be subjective, but like I'm reading, and I think you said it yesterday. something like a cure without treatment or by itself.
Yes, could be.
And the cardio or illness that is, yeah, like you say, something subjective, but that had symptoms, but we need treat for cure. It can be cured, but we need treatment. And
Yes.
the disease, we also need treatment, but this treatment is not gonna cure it. It's just gonna control.
Yes, that's great. Can you give me examples about sickness, illness, and disease?
Okay.
You catch the idea,
as-
the general idea, but with examples could be better.
Yeah, okay. Sickness, it can be like today, previous to the class, I feel sick because, you know, like nervous because I don't know how it's going to be, you know. But once I get it, I'm cured of this sickness. I think that can be an example.
Yeah, could be.
Okay. Yeah. Illness, I think can be like a flu, like pharyngoamygdalitis. And you can treat it with a medication, and it can cure.
For
In
example,
that
which pathology you would like to treat like an illness?
Excuse me?
Which pathology you consider like an illness?
I think like a regular one can be like a flu.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a flu, you use medication. Like I don't know, like a ear infection too.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's clear on this. The sickness, well, anxiety, nervousness, yeah, could be a sickness because it can be controlled by yourself and you don't take any pill to do that. And it's just for a small period and you get in confidence and it never happens again, right?
Yeah.
A sickness also could be a common flu.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
When you get a common flu as a sickness, you don't make an appointment to the doctor. You take hot liquids, hot tea, for example, with lemon.
Symptomatic.
And then you take painkillers maybe just for controlling symptoms. And in a week around, you get free of the situation and there's nothing new.
Okay.
Right? With a sickness, as you said, the body gets a solution by itself, by its own, with own resources, and there are no consequences, right?
Okay.
In an illness, you have more symptoms. A good example is a gastroenteritis. You get fever, diarrhea, abdominal pain, vomiting, lots of situations, right? Yeah. You really feel bad. You know that something is going wrong, but you don't stay at home expecting what's going ahead. You go and look for some help, right? The order, the doctor, the professional is evaluating you, ask for lab tests, make some requirements maybe, and according to the results, they define you have an infection, could be. You receive the treatment with antibiotics, fluids, liquids, I don't know. And while finishing the treatment you received, you recover completely without any consequence.
Yeah, no consequence.
There are no consequences, there is a cure, there is a treatment, and you can go back to your life without any trouble. That's an illness. Okay. There is not a specific period of time for being in an illness, but it depends if you get a consequence, if you get something to the rest of your life or not. That's the difference. Okay. A disease, it's a chronic situation, could be said. When you don't just talk about the situation, you talk about consequences you are living with.
Like looking at the future.
For example, if you get in diabetes, you know that the physiological processes are failing and they are not going back. Yeah. You need medication to control glucose blood levels all the time.
Renal failure.
Yes, if you leave your medication, you get in worst. You become in worst complications, of course. So you are going to live with that condition the rest of your life without a cure. So you have to take care of you, and you have changes in your psychological environment, the way you are thinking on about it. Your physiological processes changes a lot, and you need the opinion and the control, the evaluation of an expert, of a specialist to get the diagnosis and to get in control, right?
Yeah, really cool.
That's why illness and disease can be in confusion or can be sometimes not clear, because we sometimes think that it depends on the period of time, like in Spanish, but no, it's not that. It depends on the consequences you are living or not. For example, typical question, COVID-19 is an illness or a disease?
A disease?
A disease? COVID-19, are you sure? You are going to live with COVID-19 the rest of your life?
Well, no. Yeah, an illness. Yeah,
An illness.
but it can leave consequences.
Yes, but the consequences are the disease. For example, the high blood pressure are the consequences from the COVID, and the high BP is the disease.
Okay. So, yeah.
Now you catch the difference, right?
Yeah.
If I tell you, what about the bone tuberculosis? Tuberculosis in bones, illness or disease?
It's like a metastasis. Yeah, it's like a disease.
Yes, of course it's a disease, because from the beginning you are going to live with chronic pain the rest of your life without any treatment that could solve this. You can control tuberculosis, but the consequence is a disease, the chronic pain.
Yeah.
That's why it's called pot disease. Right. Another one. Asthma is an illness or a disease?
A disease.
A disease, of course, right? Because the respiratory function is way here. It's failing.
It's compromising, and you just control it.
Yes, you can be in remission, but if you don't take care of you, you get a trigger and get in relapse, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear. Now you catch the idea, right?
Yeah, I think I'm clear now.
Yes, that's a good question at this moment. Is there any other question, Ledixa?
Well, because I was and when we studied, when I was studying the body parts, I have to know them like in Latin too, or just to have it in mind.
Well, the idea of this, well, when you study,
what is your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation is to memorize 3 of them.
Okay.
Why? When you have a speech or you have a conference with professors, with old colleagues, or all these doctors, they love to speak in Latin, right? They love to make anatomical references or pathological references in Latin, because through the history, it's considered a polite and elegant way of talking. That's why they like to use this. On the other hand, young doctors like us, like your colleagues, you prefer to talk in social English, maybe the common term or the medical term, but not in Latin, because you are not used to do it. But you have to keep in mind that you have 3 ways of expressions. So for being prepared, you could learn all of them. For example, if I tell you buca, what do you think if you just listen to buca? Don't look at the picture. Okay.
Okay. The first time I read it, buca, I'm thinking mouth, because I relate the word like boca.
Yes.
But when I say it was cheek, wow, yeah.
You see the difference.
Yeah.
So
and I think it's helping, like, because like the old books, the old medical books, I had a lot of words in Latin.
Yes,
So
in that order, for example, if you read serious studies, serious reports, serious journals, you can find Latin terms
nothing else.
because they are in a respectful way about the medical history and they speak in Latin. So you
Yeah.
cannot be in confusion like this, for example, buccal and oris.
Yeah.
So let's consider this. That's why I recommend you to try to memorize the most important maybe,
Mhm.
or the
Like the ones that are different.
yes.
'Cause
If I
almost
tell you, if I tell you Sura, what do you think? If I tell you Sura, how you can relate the meaning? Sura is in Latin.
I related like cause the sural nerve.
Okay, that's why
So
you are getting the root word.
yeah,
The root term is from that way. Sural nerve comes from Sura. Sura is the calf.
the calf. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're catching the idea, right? That's why it's important to check in Latin, in the medical term, and of course in the social term.
Yeah. Yeah.
In that order, we have anatomical references from all the parts of the body in Latin, but in this course, we are going to check few of them because there's too much information.
Yeah.
The most important, I think, this guy, the male, yeah, is the most complete I found in websites and on the internet. So
Yeah,
I
it's
decided
good.
to send this because it has the three terms, it's clear and it's easy to understand.
Yeah, yeah, it's easy and it's very clear.
Yeah, so let's work on this and
Okay.
don't worry about it. For example, here we have slides that combine English and Latin.
Yeah, and Latin. Yeah.
They like to combine that kind of information for not sending rounding and rounding data, for not losing time, or not making the text boring. That's why you combine Latin and English, and then you have a mix. With that mix, you have to understand
Yeah.
the context we are talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw it. That is a mix. Yeah, like because you see labium minus, labium majus. In English, it's not
Latin.
like that. Yeah, that
There's
is
no way of missing.
yeah.
Okay. It's now clear, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Is that any question?
No, I think no.
Okay, perfect.
So
So,
sorry to ask, but it's 11 in there.
yes, here in Bolivia, 11 and 20 actually.
Yeah, it's late. Well, I think I'm like the last one. No, I think it's other girl.
No, there's another student one, but well, one more. Yes, one more.
Yes.
Let's wait. Let's wait.
You're almost finished.
Almost, and then I have to go to take care of my babies.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, about this, no, it's okay. About not referring. I lost this. Let me see. Oops, where is that? Okay, if I send you this, did you catch the meaning of this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Easy.
catch. If it's I like the way I get it. If it's in the present or is in the past.
Yes, depending, well, according to the time, you can understand that a very simple sentence has too much meanings. That's why you have to be creative about asking and collecting information. Without any trouble, we have the key, we have the power to ask about anything, and patients are obligated to tell us the truth, to be honest, because if they don't tell us the truth, we make mistakes.
Yeah, yeah.
They have to be clear on this. Okay, about this, about the radiation of pain, is that clear this? They use lots of phrasal verbs. We're going to use a lot of this in order to describe the direction of pain, of course.
Yeah. And sometimes the patients can wrong. How's the word? Like que se pierden. Rumble. Creo que that's how it says in English.
Oh, I don't catch the idea.
Like they tell me, okay, the pain start here and then go here and here and here, but
Okay.
they
They are
rumble on
without,
in the idea.
yes, they are without correct. I forgot the word at this point. Let me remember. They are without a route, could be said. They are without an order.
Ah, okay. So you
They
have
are-
to like redirection it.
Yes. When you make that, try to use the best way. That's why you have to talk and take your time for collecting the correct information, right? So just give the orientation, give the indication to the patient, and they have to follow your advice. Guide. Let's make a guide to the questions. There's no other way. I saw that in Latin America, patients just changing and exchanging and mixing information, going to the past and then now again and mixing times without a chronological history. And you have to reorganize all the speech. It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it's a very common fact. So don't worry about it. While practicing, you catch how to do it better and better again. In English, usually patients practice their speech previously going to the appointment. They say that it's very important and don't miss time without the chronological history, without the chronological order of the situation. In Americans and England, you can watch that. Sometimes they take notes and go to the appointment with their notes. And it's very funny because they have ideas very organized for not missing or losing any kind of
Any
information.
details. Yeah.
Yes, the details are very important. They consider that as much as all the related information. If you ask something different from the information they are giving, they run mad and they said, "What's going on? You are asking for something different." And you said,
lost my
"Yes,
script.
because I need."
That is not my script. That's not what I'm playing.
Yes, it happens. I tell you by experience, it happens. I had patients from many countries here in Bolivia while working with travelers. That was very funny because you could compare about cultural customs, of course, and then you find the differences while talking and while giving explanations, maybe.
Yeah.
While just going with the diagnosis they think and expecting the treatment they think, and when they see that something is different, they get confused and say, no, something is not correct, what I did wrong. They consider itself doctors, but when they receive the advice from you as a doctor, they change in mind. They said, okay, you are being clear.
They do some good research.
Yes, they make lots of research.
Yeah.
Lots. I had a patient who had a broken shoulder by a bike accident, I think. I'm not sure the situation. Okay. But it has to be in a surgical procedure to be corrected, but she doesn't want to be operated here in Bolivia. She decided to go back to her country, to Israel, and get operated there. But nobody had the capability to explain her about the consequences, about waiting for around 1.5 days, the time of flight with that fracture. Yeah. And when we talk about it with time and patience and letting her explain all the situation, then she ran mad and said, why nobody told me the consequences of this? And I told her, well, it's not my business. The advice is going to the surgical room. Then she changed in mind and accepted the operation and everything was going better. That's why it's important to understand the cultural situations like this, the back passage, for example. Yeah. If you use a different expression from this to Indians, to the Black community in America, and a few countries from Middle West, then you can get in trouble because of their customs, their cultural rules. So yeah, it's
they can
hard.
feel offended.
Yes, they get offended at it. And it's a crazy moment. It's not easy to solve this.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, now, any other question maybe?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Are you sure there's nothing to check again, right?
No, I think no, but I'm gonna relearn and relearn the lights, and if something
Yes.
came up.
Okay. Check again all the slides, and if there's any question, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
A message in WhatsApp, and then we can solve the doubt, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Oh, thank you. Let me send you the poll to take your attendance, okay?
Yeah.
Please
Okay.
do this, and that's all.
Thank you. Bye.
Perfect. So see you tomorrow, Ledixa, in the
Bye.
theoretical class, okay?
Okay.
Bye
I'll see you
bye.
tomorrow. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Bye bye.
Same.
Well, at this point, Ledixa dropped earlier. Let's wait a little bit for Paola Tejeda. She's on shift. Maybe she's not attending. I'm not sure. So let's wait for being correct. I'll be back in a few minutes. Well, I expected 6 minutes. At this point, Paula Tejeda is not attending. I think she told me she was on shift, but well, patients at this point, I'm not going to stay for long. And yesterday I told everything and she saw the video because she asked me for the link of the video on YouTube. And that's enough. I'm leaving. Good night, and the workshop is over. Let me stop the live stream and see you